You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Style, leisure, and business radio. Zed 101.9 FM.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. Zed 101.9 FM. 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
We thank thee each morning for a newborn day, where we may work the fields of new mown hay. We thank thee for the sunshine and the air that we breathe, O Lord. We thank thee.
Refuse to accept anything but the very best. Refuse to accept anything but the very best. You know, life can be very tricky. Life can even be described as a trickster, if you think of it. It tries to test your resolve by giving you less than you request from it. It places mediocrity before you when you ask of its excellence. Life gives you average when you ask it for the very best. So life is like that salesperson that you went to purchase something, and he tries to trick you into thinking if you would accept less than you paid for. Life is testing you. Why does life do that? It's a test. It is testing to see if you have what it takes to handle what you are asking for. This is why you should refuse, absolutely refuse to settle. Refuse to accept what is thrown at you. It is a test. Go for the very best. Motivational speaker, author, and life coach Tony Gaskin says, know who you are, know what you want, know what you deserve, and don't settle for less. Best-selling author and relationship and interpersonal relations expert Charles J. Orlando says, don't settle. Either they will wake up to the fact that you are worth more, or you will. Motivational speaker and author Brian Tracy had said, never settle for anything less than your best. Baseball Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson says, once you realize how good you really are, you'll never settle for playing less than your best. So you know what? Give it your very best and expect the very best. Don't settle. It is a test. Go for the very best. It was the great Madiba Nelson Mandela who taught us that there is no passion to be found in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. It was the English novelist, playwright, and short story writer J. Somerset Maugham who once said, it's a funny thing about life. If you refuse to accept anything but the best, you very often get it. So don't settle. It's a test. Go for the very best. And that's by way of a good morning and a welcome to this morning's show. Coming up at 6 a.m. is Abdullah Saka with the 6 a.m. news.
As we kneel and pray that we were born with eyes to see these things, thank thee for the fields where the clover is grown. Thank thee for the pastures where cattle may roam. Thank thee for thy love so pure and free, O Lord. We thank thee. Oh yes, we thank thee, Lord, for every flower.
You're tuned FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Good morning. We're broadcasting live from number 6 Anyete Avenue, is Legon. This is Zed News in the Morning. I'm Saka Abdullahi. Coming up, opposition NDC accuses EC of violating parts of CI 126 over failure to give 14-day notice on appointment of registration officials to political parties. We'll hear from the parties as the registration enters day 2. Supreme Court expected to begin hearing suits challenging passage of anti-LGBTQ by Parliament today. And later in the bulletin, we hear from the CEO of Kasante Business Solutions on why Ghanaian businesses collapse after their founders died. Let's settle in for the details. The opposition NDC is accusing the Electoral Commission of violating parts of CI 126 in its decision to recruit persons as officials for the ongoing limited voter registration exercise. According to the party, the EC is required by the amended constitutional instrument to give political parties a 14-day prior notice on the appointment of registration officials to enable them scrutinize the list. But the NDC claims the EC failed to do so. Deputy Director of Elections of the party, Dr. Tanko Rashid Computer, said the NDC is currently cross-checking the background of appointed officers to ensure no underhand dealings on the part of the Commission.
Look at the registration officials they have recruited. Do you know that they have violated the very CI that has allowed them to do the registration today? Regulation 8 of CI 91, as amended by CI 126, is very clear that if the Electoral Commission recruits personnel, that is registration officials plus registration supervisors, they are supposed to give us the list 14 days for us to peruse the list, analyze the names, the people they so want to appoint. If we have objection against them, then we have 7 days after receipt of the list to object to those lists. Just yesterday, when she addressed press conference, that she announced the list. They have already appointed registration officials. They have also appointed registration supervisors and all that. And that if the political parties want to object, we can go ahead and object and they'll take action on it. Can you imagine what kind of language is that?
As a party, of course, you're raising concerns about that. Are you going to take it up with the Electoral Commission?
In fact, we are taking it up seriously. We have already asked for the copy of those officers recruited. And we are into serious business, checking their background. I'm saying that the law says you should give us at least 14 days to the registration. 14 days, but 2 weeks. So that we will analyze it. Even if we find out that there's an MPP person as an officer there, then how would have been done? Because the person is sitting there doing the work.
That's the Deputy Director of Elections for the opposition NDC, Dr. Tanko Rashid Computer. Meanwhile, more first-time voters are expected to visit district offices of the Electoral Commission to have their names captured onto the National Voter Album on day 2 of the limited voter registration exercise. The opening day of the exercise was characterized by widespread technical challenges that resulted in long queues and left many applicants stranded. Away from that story, the Apex Court is expected to begin hearing the suits challenging the passage of the anti-LGBTQ law by Parliament today. The plaintiffs, broadcast journalist Richard Sky and researcher Dr. Amanda Odoy, are to appear before the Supreme Court to move motions on their respective suits. The two cases are the center of the controversy relating to President Akufo-Addo's delay in assenting the bill into law. The plaintiffs are challenging the constitutionality of Parliament in enacting the law. We'll monitor proceedings in the court and bring you updates on our subsequent bulletins. The National Association of Institutional Suppliers is threatening to resume its picketing at the premises of the Ministry of Education if arrears owed its members are not settled within 2 weeks. The association says it suspended picketing plans last month due to a promise by government to pay its members. However, nearly a month after the Education Ministry issued a statement saying it had released some 26 million cedis for the payment of the arrears, the association claims most of its members have not received their monies. Vice President of the association, Dr. George Ejehene, who spoke to Z News, said government has 2 weeks to pay them or face their wrath.
We backed out of the picketing because of the promises that they made. So if we see by the close of this week, next week, we see that we are still, the ministry is still not making any efforts at clearing the arrears, then we go back to where we ended. We have to go back to the ministry again for picketing. Because aside that, I think we don't know what to do next. Because it's an unfulfilled promise that they've given to us. And another issue is that even with the payment that they made recently, we see it as a selective payment practices, whereby they are paying some people and leaving others. And it wasn't the case previously. There was that transparency, and it was first come, first serve sort of a payment system, which has now been changed. We don't know why.
That was the Vice President of the National Association of Institutional Suppliers, Dr. George Ejehene. In other news, fruit and beverages processing company Blue Skies Ghana Limited has lamented the impact of the erratic power supply on their operations. The country has seen unstable electricity since the turn of the year, with many businesses suffering as a result of the lack of a load shedding timetable. Despite an announcement by President Akufo-Addo last week that the power challenges have been resolved, outages are still being experienced. Speaking to Z News after the president paid a working visit to the company, General Manager of Blue Skies Ghana Limited, Janet Lutrot, said Dumso is increasing their cost of doing business. Listen.
On energy, frankly, I don't know whether you saw the generator plants we have on site, but we are a fresh produce chilled factory. So what it means is that the whole factory is a fridge. And so sometimes running the generator when the energy is down is not a joke. But we found ourselves, especially this year, last year was better, I have to say, but especially this year, we are running the generator about 3-4 days a week.
And how is that affecting your outlook?
What that is doing is that, you know, we buy in diesel to power the generator. And so it's just our diesel cost just rising and rising, and our generator and maintenance cost, because when you power the whole factory, the generator sometimes even struggles to cope. And so for us, the meaning is that can you look into other, you know, renewable energy sources? But we keep looking because the cost is huge for us, because the whole factory producing 40 tons a day is running as a fridge. So there are options we are looking at.
That was Janet Lutrot, the General Manager of Blue Skies Ghana Limited, speaking on erratic power supply. CEO of Kasante Business Solution, Christian Asante, has attributed the struggle of Ghanaian entrepreneurs to their reluctance to share equity with their employees. Employees are seen as crucial part in success and longevity of businesses, particularly in startup ventures. Speaking on Zed In The Morning special series on doing business in Ghana, Christian Asante said many businesses in the country have collapsed following the death of their founders. He pointed out that employees are more motivated and committed when they have a stake in the business.
That we had a number of people whose parents we classified as very successful.
Yeah.
We knew their businesses. The businesses were successful. But then as you grow, when the man or the owner of the business passes on, the business then tends to die. So I realized very early on that a one-man business would not succeed going forward. And if you wanted to establish a business that stood the test of time, then it had to be different from a salary-driven business, where I own everything and I just pay everybody to do what they should do. If you have a workforce who are salary-driven, they don't give their best. That is my philosophy, or my discovery. So I had to move, and we've tried to do that. We moved from a team of people who turn up because they are paid to a team of people who turn up because it is their future.
That was the CEO of Kasante Business Solutions, Christian Asante, Please remember to tune in for another exciting conversation on doing business in Ghana series on Zed in the Morning with Jerry Ham. Today's discussion will focus on Ghana's tax system. On the international front, Securities and Exchange Commission of Nigeria says it plans to roll out additional rules in the coming days to combat illegal trading in digital assets and ensure that those dealing in such instruments are registered. The BBC reports that the SEC Director General Imotimi Agama told major blockchain and cryptocurrency associations in Nigeria on Monday that the Naira needs to be delisted from peer-to-peer trading to avoid manipulation. Agama made the comments as the central bank announced new charges on domestic money transfers to tackle cybersecurity. Officials have clamped down on cryptocurrency, which they blamed for the weakness in the Naira. The Nigerian currency has hit record lows due to dollar shortages as crypto transactions in the country have flourished. That is all time will permit for news here on Zed in the Morning. The major stories. Opposition NDC accuses EC of violating part of C1126 of a failure to give 14-day notice on appointment of registration officials to political parties. We heard from the party as the registration enters day 2. Supreme Court expected to begin hearing suits challenging passage of anti-LGBTQ bill by Parliament today. And in the bulletin, we heard from the CEO of Kasante Business Solutions on why Ghanaian businesses collapse after their founders died. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with Zed in the Morning.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the new Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform.
It's midweek, people. Welcome to your show. As if you need reminding, this is a show created with your interest in mind and with your well-being at heart. This is a breakfast show where we give you the very best of relevant news, the stories behind the major headlines, in-depth analysis of all the important issues around, we insist that we bring you more than a morning show. We bring you a learning experience. Here we delve deeper into the issues, bringing you expert opinions about what matters to you. We comb through the mud just to bring you the real gems. All in a bit to help you make the best decisions of your life. This is the House of Zion, people. This is number 6. Anyete Avenue, right inside East Legon, Accra. This is Z101.9 FM. This is Zed in the Morning. Yeah, I'm Jerry Home. In the first hour of the show, we'll bring you the news headlines and review. Bringing you what the major newspapers are saying and what some of the online portals are also saying today. We pick a couple of them and review them. All through to 6:50. At 6:50, Niakwe, the sportscaster, comes your way with Z Sports. Champions League semi-finals. What happened in France? What is happening today in Spain? Niakwe is going to bring you much more on Z Sport at 6:50. Taking us to the top of the hour 7 for business news at 7. And so that's how the first hour will go. In the second hour of the show is Top Story. What is the top trending story? What are the angles to that story? That is in the second hour of the show. Taking us to 7:55 for business briefs. Business briefs brings us to 8 o'clock with Z Talk. We're doing a series called Doing Business in Ghana. We've spoken to the GIPC. Yesterday we spoke to some entrepreneurs. Today we're talking to the tax people. You want to do business in Ghana? You have interest in business in Ghana? This is your dial. Z101.9 FM. That takes us to 8:55 where we do the customer service and experience moment. Taking us to 9. From 9 to 10. On Mondays is for personal growth and development. 9 to 10 on Tuesdays is for health and wellness. Today's a Wednesday. 9 to 10 on Wednesdays is science and technology. We're talking AI. We're talking chatbots in the banking industry. That is in the final hour of the show. We have an exciting show for you people. You don't need to touch your dial. Zed in the morning. Zed in the morning is on the road.
It's your lifestyle, nurture, and business radio.
is done. Just like that, it's midweek, and you are here, right here on Zed in the Morning. We're so thankful to God for bringing us this far. It's news, headlines, and reviews. Yeah, and with that, I welcome my boss, Mr. Jerry Sam. Pen plus bite. Boss, what happened?
Everything cool, man.
Yeah, Charlie.
Good morning to you and to your esteemed listeners.
Good morning, my brother. What are the news headlines saying?
I'll go straight to the finder.
Our very own finder. Yes.
So the first one, which actually you can find in most front pages this morning, network failure galore. Prospective first-time voters disappointed.
Okay.
And then recently the president visited Blue Skies factory, and he assures Blue Skies of government support. A little bit of politics. Baumia's policies good for present, next generations are for chiefs. And then another worrying story. 2 busted for attempting to smuggle 130 bags of cocoa beans to Togo. This is the front page of the Finder. I'll continue with the publisher. MPP loyal ladies prefer female as running mates for Dr. Bawumia. And then Ahafu chiefs endorse Bawumia's agenda again. And then the publisher is doing a lot of politics this morning. It says, I cannot hand over to Mahama, says Akufo-Addo.
Okay, and the front page of the Chronicle, the big story here is, don't vote for Mahama. He will destroy my legacy. That is Akufo-Addo. Ahafo will massively endorse Bawumia. Omahini said that MPP loyal ladies want woman as running mate. And the last story on the front page of the Chronicle, CDD Ghana disappointed in how Cecilia Dapa's case is being handled.
I'll continue with the Crusading Guide, the new Crusading Guide. Disclose outcome of enquiries that exonerate public officers, AG tax investigative bodies. Go out and register. Akufo-Addo encourages new voters. The Ghanaian Times. Help us deal with land guards and sand winners. Blue Skies management appeals to president. Limited voter registration commencement experiences hiccups. And then a new force leader launches Ghana City 100 million crowdfunding to support electioneering.
Okay. At the front page of the Informer, competence informed my choice. Bawumia declares, I survive on golden stool, not bribe. Otunfo proclaims. Cecilia Dapa's case, Yoko runs away. OSP sets record straight. High taxes killing local foreign businesses, government told. Syrian insurance touts achievements as fastest growing company, outdoors new corporate cloth. That is the front page of the Informer.
On the Daily Dispatch, we reduced cost of elections from $13 per voter in 2016 to 7.76 in 2020, saving Ghana 90 million. EC's chair, G-Mensa assets. Money has never influenced my sense of judgment. Otunfo Osei-Tutu. And then the last on the front page of the Daily Dispatch says the cedi depreciation against US dollar has improved under MPP as compared to NDC. Bawumia.
Okay, and the Daily Post, the front page story. Mahama Kwamega Atokpele Tanko support voter NDC with 74 brand new motorbikes. Betrayal by Peace Council, gunshots at Mahama's office as Yedun Kitia on election 2020. And then there is register and vote to change Ghana now. Alan Chairman team to Ghanaians. Kaswa shooting, Ben Lord Abibu is a national security operative, court documents reveal.
Boldly on the front page of the Daily Guide, Mahama will run down Ghana, Nanado. Voter registration takes off after initial hitches. You have good policies. I have chiefs to Bawumia. This is the Daily Guide.
Okay, and then the front page of the Daily Statesman. Disclose findings exonerating public officers. AG urges investigative bodies. I have chiefs endorse Bawumia's policies. Ghana card now access to medical care. That's another story on the page 3. And then Dr. Ajiman to lead obesity discourse at European Forum. These are the front page stories of the Daily Statesman.
On the front page of the Daily Graphic, EVAT in limbo. Retail outlets suck economy dry. Nation loses billions in revenue. System failure delays voter registration. I'll continue with business with the BFT. Positive outlook for investors despite economic challenges by a study. Goldfields announces new leadership team. Robust USD corporate buy-in, Bata City. And then Ghana Standard Authority gets advanced lab equipment for organic certification projects.
Okay, and the paper, the last one I have here with me is the custodian. And the custodian said, establish local enterprises to replace located companies, AGI to government. EC begins voter registration exercise. I'll be a decisive leader. Baumia assures Ghanaians, says Ghana's future lies beyond cocoa and gold. Those are the stories on the front page of the newspapers for today. Mr. Sam, do you have another paper there?
No, that's it.
Okay, so let me go online and pick a story from the BBC. It says US reveals it paused shipment of bombs to Israel. The US has revealed that it has paused some shipments of bombs to the nation of Israel. And also, NorthernReports.com said government borrows 15.6 billion via T-bills in April, misses monthly target amidst declining yield. And then BOG denies imposition of 1% cybersecurity levy on banking transactions. Then the last one from this said NRGI trains media and CSOs on identifying corruption in Ghana's critical minerals value chain with corruption diagnostic tool. Yeah, so those are some of the major headlines, both online and in print today.
Great. What piques my interest this morning is the registration exercise going on, which you find that most of the newspapers have reported about it. I like the way that the EC, swiftly responds to various allegations and various challenges, and I think even they've gone further even to apologize for the inconveniences, and I think that is the way to go, because if these things are not addressed as quickly as possible, it gives room for people to think that the process is not fair. It will lose its integrity, and then also people will lose trust in it, which of course is a build up to the elections, and usually the outcome, whenever anyone loses, they don't accept it. They find reasons and excuses. And if this network failure going on is not resolved as soon as possible, it will give room for people not to trust the whole electoral process, people not to believe the final results. Also, it can even lead to civil strife. I mean, we've been in this country where people have actually massed up and marched to the electoral commission's offices, demanding that results should be turned in their favor. So the EC, I think, is doing the right thing by being very swift in their response. They are using all their social media assets. They are using their media partners, and you can see, on all the front pages, the issues being, talked about and what the EC is doing. They say that they have resolved it in most places, and the registration is going on smoothly. We urge them that the small areas that have not still been resolved, if it's power issues, because the EC actually told us that they are procured generators or they rented generators in most registration centers to back up in case of doomsday. There was also internet issues.
I think that was the main challenge.
The power issues.
No.
The internet, the internet connectivity. Exactly.
Issues,
Yes, I think so as well. I think that was the main, because with power.
Because according to them, the machines were booting, so it wasn't a power matter.
Yes.
However, the machines were unable to connect to the EC's
central base database.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
And I think we should take this opportunity once we are on this story to urge parents not to allow their kids to be used to register.
You mean minors?
Yes, minors.
Okay.
Yes, minors, should not go near it, and we should up our game with our digital tools, such that it will identify a minor by just the biometric, credentials that are used to tell that this person is underage, and this is where Ghana Card comes in very, very importantly.
Yeah, but I mean, you are in the space, and it's not out of place occasionally for these connectivity issues to happen, right?
Oh yeah, technology fails all the time.
All right.
It does all the time.
And so people should understand that, so that when you get there and they are telling you, listen, this and this are the challenges, unless you have cause to be apprehensive about a process, you should accept what they are saying.
You know, elections is not a straightforward issue. It's not. Sometimes it's not even. It's not even. Yeah, exactly. It's not logical or rational. You know, they just think that any hitch is employed by somebody using it to, undermine the process. So, as much whatever education you do, somebody will say no, it's intentional. But yes, education should go out more. If the majority of us believe what the EC is saying, the very few minority will not be able to use their diabolics to influence our views and perspectives on what is happening.
I mean, there's a story for me that is of interest. That is the AG urging investigative bodies to disclose findings that exonerate public officers. Yeah, because think about it this way: if we're all fighting against corruption and everybody's talking about corruption, and there is an investigation going on into the life of a public official, and the thing comes out and the person is clean, I think it should be made as loud as the ones that come out and the person is not clean. Yes. I mean, if you found out that the person had done something untoward, you would have made noise about it.
Yes.
So in the reverse, if you find out that the person is clean, come out and make it known to the public so that the person.
Yes.
But if investigations are done and the person is clean and it is just normal, we leave it to go. First of all, public perceptions and all that. So come out, trumpet is as loud as, and then it also helps in perceptions. Don't forget, this corruption thing is a perception people would also have. Perception plays a very important role.
Absolutely.
So if someone is found to be, quotes, clean, let the world know.
And it's transparency. I mean, once, we should understand not the entire investigative, process chain, but let us know what you did. What evidence was your decision based on? So that it's transparent. People will know that this is how we found our evidence, and this is how we drew our conclusions based on the evidence. Then nobody you don't leave any room for people to do any other alternative information out there.
It's true.
And it's learning for us as well. Anytime these findings are published, we will discuss it. We will learn from it. People who make mistakes previously will learn from that and also use it to lead their life. It's also bring about public discussion around corruption. Because corruption, like you said, perception out there is that anybody in public office is corrupt. It's there. So how do we disabuse people's mind that
so
not
if
everybody,
we find one who is not,
we
should let the world know.
Exactly. It's not always naming and shaming, but we can also have naming and praising.
Exactly.
As a learning curve for most politicians, that let me also adopt this approach so that people will know that I'm not corrupt. And
one of the things that AG said was that it would also boost public confidence in the public sector.
Exactly.
Because people think everybody is corrupt. It becomes a challenge when people are even going to deal with the public sector. But if there's a public servant whose story comes out and the person is clean and all that, people begin to say that not everyone in there is corrupt.
Yes.
And for me, another angle that I even see this as, if you are a public official and the allegations against you, the investigations are done, and there is nothing found and you are found to be clean, it actually puts pressure on you as well.
To maintain a standard.
Thank you very much. Beyond that, you cannot, you cannot go mess up.
But the key is transparency. It's just transparency. Let us know the processes that you use to clear the person. Now the presidency is being tagged as a clearinghouse. What informed that? Because we don't know how the executive or the other state institutions clear these people who have been alleged to be corrupt. And it should be transparent. We should publish it. So I totally agree with the AG.
It's true.
Yes. And I'm glad it's also coming from somebody like him, because previously they would say AGs don't, share information. But he is actually advocating for us to share information. So it's a good thing that I think we should all follow and encourage the state institutions to do.
Okay. That's a good one. AG, thumbs up. Ghana's future lies beyond cocoa and gold. Baumia said that. What's your take on that?
I think so as well. You go to our own, not our own, but it became the H at some time, Dubai. Everybody was going to Dubai. They've managed to re-diversify heavily.
Okay, from oil.
And now
tourism,
to tourism. So they're not so heavily dependent on on oil, which was even a higher fetcher for them than even our cocoa and our gold. So absolutely, we should find a way of diversifying. Hospitality, local tourism. I'm a big fan of local tourism. You know, those days that we could afford petrol easily, every weekend I used to drive out.
Wow.
Yes. And I find places that you don't even hear adverts being made about it. So we have it all here in Ghana. People travel. They land at Kotoka. They don't even stay in Accra. Straight away, they go to Damango area. You know, they go and see Mole. They go and see all those other places out up there in the north. Many people in the south have never been outside Accra, you know, let alone go to the north and explore all those places. And what it does is that it boosts local economy, because when people go to those, you know, tourist sites outside the capital, you are boosting the local economy. You eat, you sleep in a hotel, you know, you tip a driver, or you use, you know, a taxi up there, and all that, you know, you buy a smoke, for instance, you know, and that is spreading the wealth.
It's true.
You know, and we are just dependent on cocoa, and we are not even processing it. We are taking it out
so one
there.
of the things he added was value addition.
Exactly. You know, so we are not getting that much. But the Korea economy, I think, is in the hospitality industry. You know, beyond the water economy, where we're going to drag the sea to Kumasi.
I beg.
Beyond that,
it's a Wednesday morning.
I think we should, you know, we keep on saying it. It's become a talk shop. Local tourism. But what concrete things are we doing about local tourism? It goes down to the infrastructure. You go to certain places, you can't even sleep in the hotel, you know, because people are not patronizing it, so they don't have money to build new modern hotels. The road networks are bad. You know, so you are not even encouraged to, you know, stray outside Accra. You know, all those things have to be fixed.
My administration will implement a multifaceted strategy focused on industrialization, innovation, and diversification. That's what he said. I mean, and one of the things that he hammered on is that there will be investment in modern agricultural practices, technology adoption, and value chain development. So, I mean, in a nutshell, okay, this sounds good. Would it happen?
But are we not doing some of it already? And what is preventing us? You know, what has prevented us all these years? Because these are basic stuff. All the three issues that points that you raised, we are touching on the surface at the moment.
Yeah. So when he comes, he would do a lot more.
How is it going to be driven deep?
And when
how are we going to dive deep into it? You know, we always need further explanation. But then I also hear that the manifesto committee is also still at work, and I'm sure, hopefully, the manifesto will, give us more explainers on this. The only thing is that the political parties will always say that they don't want people to copy their manifestos, so they don't.
They release it at the last minute.
Yes, they release it at the last minute, and also don't give you that much details. But it's a good way to go. Yeah.
Then there's this other story. I mean, yes, it's business and it's business heavy. Why? Because this is your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. So yes, we do a lot of the business. Establish local enterprises to replace relocated companies. That is AGI to government. And the story says that Dr. Humphrey Yim Dake, the AGI boss, has proposed that the Akufo-Addo administration should intentionally foster the growth of local companies to compensate for the departure of multinational corporations from Ghana. And I'm sure this is coming in the wake of the Nivea Glovo game, the Societe Generale. I mean, this whole exodus, if I could use that word.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you see, this some of the challenges I get with the newspapers when I'm reading them.
I mean,
the headline said, establish local enterprises to replace relocated companies.
It's a good headline.
No, I was actually going to go like, why should government do that? Why should government establish local? I was going heavy on it until I read the first paragraph, and it said the AGI boss didn't actually say they should government should establish local enterprises. When I read the first paragraph, he said he proposed that the Akufo-Addo administration should intentionally foster the growth of local companies.
So there's a little bit of clickbait there. That's also I like the headline, but as the headline says, I mean,
The man didn't say government should do it. He's saying government should foster.
Yes.
So that the local.
But I think that let's stick with the headline itself, regardless of what the lead
is.
If
I didn't read the first, I would have thought that the AGI boss is telling government, which would have been disappointing, because why would the AGI boss? Why do I need government to come and set up a Glovo? Why shouldn't private sector set up the Glovo? You understand what I'm saying? So that government to actually make it more conducive for these things to happen. But that is what the first paragraph actually said. The man said. So if you didn't read the paragraph, you'd have gone like, AGI boss is telling government to.
But I would actually go that way of the headline.
You want government to establish a Glovo?
Intentionally create what attracted all these people? No,
what make it conducive.
Conducive, that's fine. What attracted them to come to Ghana in the first place? We should look at that. Because at that time it was conducive for them to come and do business with us.
So
we have the population
exactly,
and then what has driven them out? So that's what I'm trying to get government in. So, for instance, Big Pen, I hear is relocating to Ivory Coast.
Okay,
but will still ship in the pen to Ghana and sell it.
Okay,
what we are losing out is employment, and they are coming to take our revenue out. So if government is intentional that, yes, the market is there for us. We have over 30 million people. Majority of us use pen. The school kids.
Intentional with policies.
With policy, but also...
But not to come and set up a big...
Why do we always refer to Kwame Nkrumah?
Senior.
Yes. Exactly what happened.
Yes, so why would government... I don't want government in hardcore business.
But the private sector, as in those foreign companies that
make it conducive for local enterprises to go into
taxes. Taxes. The main key is taxes. But we are broke.
That's why today we're talking to the tax people on doing business in Ghana at 8 a.m.
We are broke. So if government itself is owning this and running it,
Charlie,
you don't want government to come in?
No. Partnerships, fine. But why would you know what will happen if government set up a big?
What will happen?
So now government set up government of Ghana Big Pen manufacturing or Biro manufacturing. Charlie, within 6 months, I beg.
What will make it collapse?
I beg. I've worked in private. I've worked in government. Oh boy, government should just
our culture in government is not conducive.
I don't want to say something. So you
but this is a lesson for us. Exactly. What I take out from this is that we need to really look at our business operating environment.
Exactly.
Because all these big organizations going, unemployment is going to go high for us, and we need to be intentional. For instance, SHB, SSB, what will happen if we merge it? Since you don't want government to take over, what will happen if we merge it to the CBG, who are, are doing well, for instance? So I think government should be intentional about how we get all these, companies still running, maybe under different guise or a different name. But their services still required. Glovo, even betting companies are going. I don't understand, but that is not even a priority. But with the banking sector, already we know how issues are there. With the closure of some of them in the time past, and I don't think we want to have another instance where
but
a very big bank like this.
Government's job in this space, as others are living, for me, is to handhold local enterprises. There's a great machinery like the NEIP, the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. These things are there. So if government could intentionally, is the word once again, foster the growth of these businesses there, why not?
Yeah.
They are amazing Ghanaians who can do amazing stuff.
Even the huge ones can be split up.
Yeah,
you can give it different names, and then we still have those services being provided.
Put it in the hands of the local people, but don't put it in the hands directly of government.
Government should create a conducive environment.
That is my
We should look at our tax regime. It's excessive now. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying. Don't come, Charlie. It's a Wednesday morning, and it's 6:50.
Jerry, thank you for having me.
Yeah, Chai, thanks so much for coming through, boss. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you in the coming week. Thank you so much. This is Zed in the Morning. It's 6:50. 6:50. Zed Sports with Ni Akwe, the sportscaster. He's come to tell us what happened in Europe and beyond. Stay tuned. It's Zed Sports right coming up.
Here's Mensah, this is positive. Williams, Kudus! The Korean joy did not last for long. Martinez, Messi!
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
The piranha from Guyana.
Time check is 6:50 a.m. in Accra, and welcome to Zed Sports. Wherever you may be, thanks for tuning in. Coming up in our headlines this morning, Legon Sports Stadium is set to host the MTN FA Cup final. Dortmund defense downs PSG to reach Champions League final. And FC Bayern Munich take on Real Madrid in Spain in the Champions League semi-final second leg with a place in the Wembley final on the line. And now the details, starting off from the local front. Adriana Stars head coach Yahweh Champong says there is enough time for his team to deal with injuries to key players before taking on Accra Hearts of Oak. Adriana play Hearts next in the Ghana Premier League on Friday at the Accra Sports Stadium. Adriana currently ranked 4th on the log standings, and this is a crucial one if they are to catch up with the league leaders. Let's take a listen to Yahweh Champong.
Oh, but football, anything can happen. So sometimes you play with what you have, and then you decided to psych them very well, motivate them, and then give them the role to play. Yeah, our next game is against Accra Hearts of Oak here, and I'm happy with the play today. So next week, I think it's free next week, so we will have much time to work on the injured players and see if they can come and join us against Accra Hearts of Oak.
Right, so moving on to our next story. The MTN FA Cup finals are set to take place at the newly constructed Legon Sports Stadium in Accra, according to an announcement made by Wilson Arthur, the committee chairman. And additionally, the semi-final matches are slated to be held at the Wafa Park in Sogakope. The Legon Sports Stadium, which recently hosted the opening and closing ceremonies of the 2023 African Games, has emerged as a prominent venue for sporting events. It only served as a focal point for track and field events during the games, but also hosted numerous matches in the men's football competition. And now we flip over to the international front, where big news is up in the headlines. This is interesting. Borussia Dortmund manager Edin Terzic has expressed his pride in the team's performance as they produce a fine away performance to beat Paris Saint-Germain, and by that reaching their first Champions League final since 2013. Dortmund held a 1-0 advantage following the first leg of the semi-final and doubled their lead when Matt Hummels was left unmarked 5 yards out to head in from Julian Brandt's left wing corner. He also made a vital tackle stopping Dembele, and he was pivotal to the result for Borussia Dortmund. Their manager Edin Terzic spoke to the press.
Yeah, just proud. I'm very proud of my team, my staff, and our supporters. It's an incredible achievement for us, and we keep the dream possible, and now it's time to make it happen. Also, so we only won it once. It was 1997. I was watching the game in the public viewing. Then in the final 2013, I've been on the stands supporting the team. But don't get me wrong, many people out there, they are just reflecting me as a supporter. Now I'm the coach of the team and I'm responsible for the performances, and now it's such a proud moment for all of us, because this is something that nobody gave to us. We deserved it really well. To win both games in the semi-final is something that is really incredible, and then against a team like PSG, we did it twice. We kept 2 times a clean sheet against PSG. It's unbelievable, and it makes us dreaming.
All right, so there you have it from manager of Borussia Dortmund, Edin Terzic. And still on that particular game, PSG manager Luis Enrique says sometimes football is unfair, and he gave his reaction to the defeat. PSG hit the post 4 times in the second period through Warren Zaire-Emery, Nuno Mendes, Mbappe, and also Vitinha, meaning the French side were denied by the woodwork 6 times over 180 minutes. Luis Enrique spoke to the press.
When the result is that, yes, of course, difficult match, and I think a tight match, but to be honest, I think we deserve to win that match. We created, I don't know if 31 shoots, 4 posts, and at least in the 2 matches we hit the post 6 times, and we didn't score a goal. It's unbelievable. Football is so unfair sometimes. Yeah, of course, no, not 6 posts, but 3 goals. With 3 goals, it would be great. But anyway, congratulations to them. They are a great team. They did it great, and I hope and I wish they can go to the final and win it. That's our job, trying to create something positive. Now it's a sad moment, but at the same time you have to accept that the sport is in that way, and we need to create something special next year and try to win that competition.
Oh yeah, so there you have it. Gracious in defeat despite the hard luck, Luis Enrique spoke to the press. And still on the UEFA Champions League, and for the 28th time in their long and illustrious histories, Real Madrid and Bayern Munich will cross paths in the Champions League, this time in the second leg of their semi-final at the Santiago Bernabeu tonight. The 2 former conquerors of Europe shook hands on a pulsating 2-2 stalemate at the Allianz Arena last week, and Borussia Dortmund lies in wait for the Bernabeu victor. This is a very interesting one, and so far it's 2-2 on aggregate from the first leg, and this is one you cannot miss. We are going to confirm the finalist for the Champions League tonight. Real Madrid stand as favorites, of course, in this one, but could Bayern Munich pull an upset and cause an all-German final? We will keep you updated right here on Z Sports, ZFMGH, on all social media platforms. In our next story, Diego Maradona's stolen Golden Boy trophy, awarded for being named the best player at the 1986 World Cup, has been found and will be auctioned off in France on the 6th of June. The Orgait's Action House announced yesterday that the item had resurfaced and they expect it to be sold for millions. Maradona, who died in 2020, won the award after leading Argentina to World Cup victory in Mexico '86. The Golden Ball was actually bought by an anonymous seller in 2016 at an auction in France. However, he was unaware what item he had purchased. And into our final story, Chief Constable Mark Roberts has warned British football fans not to head to Euro 2024 stadiums without match tickets this summer. Roberts was speaking at a briefing ahead of the tournament, which will be the first major men's tournament in Germany since the 2006 World Cup. He spoke to the press.
People travel without tickets, don't even try and get into the stadium because they are going to be really well protected, so that's a no-go. In terms of ticketless fans, we recognise, let's be realistic, people will go for the experience, people will go for the environment, and we can anticipate people, even on the spur of the moment, travelling out. What I would say is, if you're going to travel, know where you're going to stay, what's your routes, what's your plans, how you're going to travel about when you get in Germany. And there are an awful lot of things being put on for fans in the venue cities, so big fan parks, Dusseldorf, places like that. There's masses of places you can go, so just go with a plan, but the clear advice would be, if you've not got a ticket, don't try to go anywhere near the stadium.
All right, so there it is. We draw the curtains on this morning's installment of Z Sports. We will be up again in our next bulletin at exactly 5:15 p.m. My colleague Gatuso raised to the Power 7 will be here with the starting lineups of that crucial semi-final fixture in the Champions League. It's 2-2 on aggregate. Of course, the Santiago Bernabeu will dictate who qualifies for the final. My name is Nyakwe, the sportscaster, and as always, the business segment is up next. But
But do not forget the golden message is relevant. Do not count days. Make the days count.
Positive Williams, Kudos, the Korean joy did not last for long.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Oh my gosh, kudos, the piranha from Guyana.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Hello and welcome to the business news segment here on Zed in the Morning. I am Saka Abdullahi. Coming up, economists at NRGI kicks against Atlantic Lithium's listing prior to Parliament's ratification deal. Ghana's financial markets witnessed mixed performance at the close of trade yesterday, and no cybersecurity levy on banking transactions, says Bank of Ghana. Let's delve into the details. Senior economic analyst with the Natural Resource Governance Institute, Thomas Cuffield, has described as premature and preemptive the recent announcement of the approval to list Atlantic Lithium Limited on Ghana Stock Exchange. Ghana's lithium agreement is yet to be ratified by Parliament. However, Atlantic Lithium Limited, the lithium exploration and development company targeting to deliver Ghana's first lithium mine, announced it had received approval from the Ghana Stock Exchange's Listing Committee and Securities and Exchange Commission to list the company's ordinary shares by introduction on the main market of the GSE. Thomas Cuffield told Z Business that the development was a red flag which could undermine Parliament's work on the deal.
To be honest, I would think that those sorts of steps would probably wait until the deal has been actually ratified, because Parliament should be having the final say. If it does actually genuinely have the final say, there's obviously the potential that Parliament will reject the deal and the mine won't go ahead or won't go ahead in its current form. So I have to say it is surprising that there seems to be steps like listing on the stock exchange before actually the deal has been finalised. And it does question what role Parliament is kind of expected to have, whether it does have the ability to really scrutinise the deal or whether it's expected to be quickly passed through without many changes. It does raise questions around what role Parliament can actually have in this process or it's expected to have, and that it does raise a red flag in terms of whether given the company seems to have confidence in going ahead with some of these steps despite Parliament not having its say yet.
The analysts argued that the Atlantic Lithium deal required scrutiny to ensure that Ghana secures maximum benefit from its mineral wealth. He maintained that a high level placed on critical minerals worldwide was exerting a lot of pressure on governments, a phenomenon which could give room for mistakes and corruption in the award of contracts and management of revenues.
There's a pressure to get minerals out of the ground quickly, but we know when there's that pressure and also high prices, the conditions are perfect for corruption and mistakes to be made by governments as they're trying to make the most of the opportunity that a global race for supply is bringing. And in an election year, that those conditions become even more challenging when there's potentially a change in government and the incumbent wants to show that it is delivering for its people, but also, I guess, potentially wanting to kind of benefit from its remaining time in office in other ways. So I think even though there is this global pressure to quickly sign contracts, quickly get minerals out of the ground, governments need to take their time to make sure that they've got a good deal for their people.
That was senior economic analyst with the NRGI, Thomas Cuffield. Onto the financial markets. During the second trading day of the week, the Ghanaian financial markets witnessed a mixed performance. On one hand, the stock market remained stable, indicating resilience and consistent investor confidence in the local equities. However, on the currency front, the cedi faced some challenges as it depreciated further against major foreign currencies. Specifically, the cedi lost ground against the US dollar, euro, and pound sterling. For detailed analysis, let's turn to Tesla Capital.
Welcome to a recap of the markets, brought to you by Tesla Capital Limited. During the second trading session of the week, the Ghanaian stock market exhibited stability with no fluctuations in the composite index, maintaining its position at 3,648.50 points from the previous session. The financial stock index also remained unchanged at 2,040.76 points. Market capitalization remained steady at 79.9 billion Ghana cedis. Notably, there were no advancing or declining stocks during the trading session. However, market activity as measured by traded volume saw a significant increase of 49.70% as compared to the previous session. MTN Ghana emerged as the most actively traded stock, representing 98.37% of the total volume traded. In total, 2,465,777 shares were exchanged with a cumulative value of 4,256,654 cedis by the session's end. In the foreign exchange session, the Ghanaian cedi experienced further depreciation against the three major currencies, marking a continuation of its recent trend. Specifically, it depreciated by 0.20% against the US dollar, 0.02% against the British pound, and 0.20% against the euro as compared to the previous trading day. According to the mid-rates provided by the Bank of Ghana, the cedi concluded trading at 13 cedis 49 pesos against the US dollar, 16 cedis 93 pesos against the British pound, and 14 cedis 54 pesos against the euro. This brings our review to an end, and from all of us at Tesla Capital, make it a great day. Visit us online at www.teslacapital.com or call us on 050-154-6859 for more information. Tesla Capital, grow your wealth.
Tesla Capital is a leading financial institution in Ghana. We thank them for those updates. Away from that story, the Bank of Ghana has described as fake reports that the regulator had the intention to soon introduce a 1% cybersecurity levy on all banking transactions. The bank has urged the general public and financial institutions to disregard the reports. The reaction from the Bank of Ghana comes amidst growing concerns over cybersecurity threats to financial institutions and the broader economy. On the international front, collapsed cryptocurrency exchange FTX says it has billions of dollars more than it needs to repay customers. The firm says that once it has sold off its remaining assets, it will have as much as $16.3 billion to cover the debts, which stand at around $11 billion. The company's new reorganization plan says almost all of its customers will get at least the total amount they last had when FTX collapsed in November 2022. In March this year, FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried was sentenced to 25 years in prison for defrauding customers and investors of the now bankrupt firm. The plan still needs to be approved by a U.S. bankruptcy court. FTX said it has been gathering the funds to pay its debts by selling asset investments held by Alameda Research or FTX Ventures businesses. Alameda was a crypto trading firm controlled by Bankman-Fried. FTS added that a jump in crypto prices since the company failed had not given its finances a major boost. It said almost all of the Bitcoin and other digital currencies believed to have been held by the exchange at the time of its collapse were missing. The price of the biggest cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, has risen by around 270% since the firm filed for bankruptcy more than a year and a half ago. That is all we have for the business news segment here on Zed in the Morning. But before I go, a recap of the stories that featured. Economist at NRGI kicks against Atlantic Lithium's listing prior to parliamentary ratification of the deal. Ghana's financial markets witnessed mixed performance at the close of trade yesterday, according to Tesla Capital, and no cybersecurity levy on banking transaction, says the Bank of Ghana. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with the show.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Get
ready to make this Mother's Day unforgettable with Z101.9 FM's spectacular Unforgettable Moms promotion. We're giving away fabulous prizes, and all you have to do is share your favorite mom story in 50 words or less. Whether she's your rock or your guiding light, WhatsApp your entries to 0544 321019 before May 9, 2024, and let's make this Mother's Day one for the books. It's sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel.
You're tuned in to Zed 101.9 FM, your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yeah, truly your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio, LLB, right here on Z101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio right here on Z101.9 FM. This is the second round of the show, and this is where Top Story comes in. We'll talk EC disruptions, first-time voters, and all that when we take into Top Story. But before we go into the Top Story, let's put some announcement out there. University of Ghana Medical Students Association UGMSA is celebrating its annual long week event dubbed Rendest as an organization dedicated to promoting health and education in the community. This year's focus is to create awareness on chronic kidney diseases, and there's a line of activities from the 1st of May to the 12th of May this year. There's been a public health screening and health talk already at St. Mary's School. There's been the week lunch. There's been a basketball night and Jersey night. That was on the 3rd. There has been a gala. That was on the 4th. A breakfast with the dean. That was on the 6th. On the 7th, which was yesterday, there was the interclass quiz with a rep your school. Today is the 8th. And today what's happening is a debate competition where we're wearing UGMSA. Tomorrow there will be a cookout competition. And on the 12th there's a gospel rock show. And the venue of all of this is the University of Ghana Medical School. Kolibu all are cordially invited. That's the UGMSA, University of Ghana Medical Students Association. Investing in business requires capital. Yes, we all know that. But if you put in the money, you expect your money to come back in multiples. So if it is not, then the business is facing challenges. Could it be because your business is not being placed before the right audience? The right target market are not aware of even your existence or what you're doing. This is why ZFM and the New Finder newspaper have combined to help you out there. How are they helping you? They're helping you by coming together with exclusive advertising package just for your business. What is this entailing? It's entailing you being on radio whilst also being in print, so that you will meet your target market. Those who tune in will hear of you. Those who read the Finder would also hear of you. It's exclusive. It's just Z and the New Finder, ZFM and the New Finder newspaper combining, and they say they want to be the voice of your business. What do you have to do? Simple. Just call 0544 351019 0544 351019. That is ZFM, and then you find a newspaper putting together an exciting advertising package for your business. You're home not doing much, and you wonder where the next job is going to come from, but you have experience, you have expertise, you have the skills needed in the area of sales and marketing. Why don't you call? There's a reputable company that is looking for someone just like you. The number is 0544 35 1019 0544 351019. That is the number to call. Please call and call, just so that you never know. There's a job waiting for you. It could be a dream job. Your Mondays to Fridays and even your weekends are already sorted out right here on this dial, Z101.9 FM. Why? Because this is what we have for you on a typical Monday morning all through to Friday. This is what you need to do. Keep your dial right here at 5 a.m. Morning Blessings. That is the show with the man, the pastor, the anointed man of God, Pastor Joshua Eneste. He comes your way 5 a.m. every single Monday to Friday morning, and the show is the Morning Blessings. It takes you all through to 5:30. What happens at 5:30? Another man of God, the anointed man of God, Dr. Mensah Otabil, comes your way with Living Word. Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil is 5:30 a.m. every day, daily, every day, Mondays to Friday. That is every week. It's coming your way, Mondays to Fridays. Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil. That takes you all through to 5:55. What happens at 5:55? That is when yours truly, I come in and we go through Zed in the Morning all through to 9:55. That takes us to 10. At 10 o'clock, NYA, the brand, comes your way with the show title, The Brighter Side. The Brighter Side, Mondays to Fridays, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. with NYA, the brand. Keep your dial right here. Why? Because right after that, on Tuesdays, after NYA, the brand, comes your way with The Brighter Side, I have a story to tell with Fritz Bafo. Follows 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. That's on Tuesdays, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. I have a story to tell with Fritz Bafo. Then also, you want to keep your dial here, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. every Monday to Friday. Highway 1019 with Ofuriwoyo and Ngozi Boatin. And again, they take you home right after a hard day's work. Tune in to Z101.9 FM Mondays to Fridays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Also, your weekends are sorted out. Why? Because on Saturdays, exactly at 8 a.m., tune in to Z101.9 FM, time with Professor Stephen Adai. The theme is abundant living. You want to listen to the great man he will be giving you some amazing ideas on how to bring abundance into your life. Then on Sundays, right from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., Z Gospel Groove comes your way with DDM. David Akwamensa comes your way with Z Gospel Groove every Sunday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then on Sundays, right after Z Gospel Groove, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the Monday called The Legend, the King of Country. Tommy Anamforsin comes your way with a show titled Country Express. And that is from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Sundays. And then also he comes your way on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So enjoy the best shows on leisure, lifestyle, and business. LLB, lifestyle, leisure, and business. That is on Z101.9 FM. How was your childhood like? Was it exciting? Did mommy give you all you ever imagined? Did she ever deny you anything you thought you rightly deserved? What was your relationship like with your mom? It's important that you remember those days. Did she sell anything to try and take you through school? Was it a single mom? How was your mom like? Well, it's time to tell us all about that. Why? Because on the Sunday, 12th of May, Mother's Day, Z101.9 FM is bringing you an amazing opportunity to win fantastic prizes by participating in the My Unforgettable Mom promotion. My Unforgettable Mom promotion. It is to celebrate your mom, your guardian, or the mother figure in your life. All you have to do is to write in not more than 50 words, 50, in not more than 50 words, write a tribute to your mom, telling us about how unforgettable she's been, and send your script to us on WhatsApp. The line is 0544 32 0544 321019, and do it by the 9th. Tomorrow is the deadline. Do it by the 9th of May 2024. Your real life stories will be shortlisted by a panel of judges, and 3 winners walk out with awesome prizes for their mom and mother figure in their life. So let's go. Start writing. Edit, write. Make sure it's just 50 words or less. Don't do more than 50. 51 words, you're disqualified. So do just 50 words. My unforgettable mom. 50 words. And my unforgettable mom promotion is sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport. My unforgettable mom promotion on Z101.9 FM, celebrating motherhood. So yeah, Mother's Day is just around the corner. Z101.9 FM, we're celebrating all mothers. This week we've been doing that, and today, why not? Let's still continue to celebrate the great women that we call our mothers, angels walking on these streets.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Mama, I dedicate this song to you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. Our mama, I just sing this song for you. Wherever you day, my mama, I just want to say thank you. For the things you do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama, God bless you, oh mama, mama, and mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama, God bless you, oh mama.
Zed 101.9 FM.
See the way you hustle for my kids. 9 months for the belly no be easy, but you endure the pain for my sake. One try me fake, mama, you ain't in a mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama, God bless you, oh mama. Mama and mama, God bless you, oh mama. Yeah, me sure, oh mama, God bless you, oh mama. For the things you they do for me, for the blessings you rain on me. Sometimes I lose my way, but you still the prayer for me, the sacrifice for me. Oh yeah, yeah, mama, mama, mama. This song to all the women in the world, especially my mom, Amaino. God bless you.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
His name is Abochi and the song is Mama. It's a Mother's Day song, and we just use it to celebrate all the wonderful mothers just around the world. It's Top Story, second hour of the show. So yesterday we told you listeners about the 21-day exercise that was started by the Electoral Commission, and it's going to take all through to May 27th. It's taking place at the 268 district offices of the Commission nationwide. What are they doing? They're doing a limited voter registration exercise for all first-time voters who don't have the card. You want to just pass through and do that registration. We even spoke to our man Fatao Bayaga all the way from the Asukwa constituency about this exercise, the nationwide limited voters registration exercise that was targeted at capturing first-time voters. But yesterday, right after that, we were told that there's been a bit of a challenge because there was a network failure, and this affected the smooth registration of these first-time registrants, leaving some to be disappointed and all that. So there were challenges, and this morning we even touched on some because the New Finder, Elvis Darko reports on page 2 of the New Finder about network failure galore. That's the title of his story, and he said the machines were booting up correctly, but it could not pick signals that allowed the system to operate. So yes, there's been challenges to it, but the EC also has come out to release a presser. The press release stated that, and the title is Initial Challenges with the Registration Exercise. It was released yesterday. The Commission wishes to bring the attention of the general public that following our monitoring of the voters registration exercise this morning, that was yesterday, we observed some technical challenges with internet connectivity in a number of our centers. This delayed the start of the registration at a number of the registration centers. That's what the press release said. The Commission will continue to monitor the registration exercise and promptly address any issues that may arise. We encourage all qualified applicants to avail themselves and register to vote in their respective districts. Elections 2024, your vote, your future. And that's coming from that press release was signed by Mr. Michael Buedu, who is the acting director of public affairs of the Electoral Commission. Yes, and the biggest opposition in the country, the NDC, came up with also their stance concerning this very issue and the presser that was released. Let's listen to what they had to say.
Look at the registration officials they have recruited. Do you know that they have violated the very CI that has allowed them to do the registration today? Regulation 8 of CI 91, as amended by CI 126, is very clear that if the Electoral Commission recruits personnel, that is registration officials plus registration supervisors, they are supposed to give us the list 14 days for us to peruse the list, analyze the names, the people they so want to appoint. If we have objection against them, then we have 7 days after receipt of the list to object to those lists. Just yesterday, when she addressed press conference, that she announced the list. They have already appointed registration officials. They have also appointed registration supervisors and all that. And that if the political parties want to object, we can go ahead and object and they'll take action on it. Can you imagine what kind of language is that?
As a party, of course, you're raising concerns about that. Are you going to take it up with the Electoral Commission?
In fact, we are taking it up seriously. We have already asked for the copy of those officers recruited. And we are into serious business, checking their background. I'm saying that the law says you should give us at least 14 days to the registration. 14 days, but 2 weeks. So that we will analyze it. Even if we find out that there's an MPP person as an officer there, then harm would have been done because the person is sitting there doing the work.
Yeah, so the complaints have started. Did the EC go wrong by not providing the 2 weeks notice? What is MPP stance on this very issue as well? That's what we're trying to find out for you, dear listener. We're trying to get on the line MPP's Director of Research and Elections, Mr. Evans Nimaku, for his assessment on what is happening so far, the NDC's complaint, and then the connectivity challenges.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Don't forget, we're still having our series Doing Business in Ghana on Zed Talk. Today, we're talking understanding Ghana's tax system. Faisal Mustafa is coming our way, Kontugumde, and he himself is going to tell us a lot about our tax system. We would have their views on taxes. If you want to find out something about the tax system in Ghana as part of our Doing Business in Ghana series, please don't hesitate. Send us a WhatsApp via the line 0544-321019. 0544-321019. You can follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, on X at ZFMGH, and on TikTok and YouTube it's at Z Multimedia. The website is zmultimedia.com. Bring your questions on tax and doing business in Ghana in general, and let's find the answers for you. Doing Business in Ghana is a series we're running this week on our Z Talk space between the hours of 8 and 9 here on Zed in the Morning.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's Zed 101.9 FM and it's Zed in the Morning, your lifestyle, leisure and business radio, LLB radio, right here on Zed in the Morning. Also, concerning the same e-seating, as it's reported also by Elvis Darkun that although turnout at many centers nation was relatively high, the challenges also affecting the registration included some power outages at some centers. And yet, the EC had promised generators, but yet at these centers, the generators were nowhere to be found. That is also contained in the story by Elvis Darkon on the network failure galore. Today is a Wednesday, and what are Wednesdays? It's Science and Tech Wednesdays right here on Zed in the Morning. Today we're talking chatbots, we're talking AI, we're talking banking and all the other industries that are employing chatbots. The chatbots have sweet names like Kukua and Araba and all that. We'll find out about more. We'll bring in the experts to tell us what these chatbots are doing within the banking space and how it's affecting and how it's also aiding in the service quality that banks are rendering rendering. That is for science and tech between the hours of 9 and 10. 9 and 9:55 specifically, 9 and 9:55. But from 8 to 8:55 we have Z Talk, and Z Talk today is on Ghana's tax system. Massive disruptions of the registration, the limited voter registration across the country. We're trying to get some views from the opposition, and we've gotten theirs. We're also trying to get someone from the MPP to speak to the issues of the EC. We're trying to get some officials and also some experts within the space, some civil society organization experts, to speak about what is happening and whether there's cause to be worried, or because these are early days yet, we should allow the system to flow. But before we do that, yes, every little step I take, you never know, you'll be there. Bobby Brown.
Zed 101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yes, so we're still talking the nationwide disruptions to the EC's limited voter registration. And we have on the line Mr. Evans Nimaku, who happens to be the Director of Research and Elections for the MPP. We want to ask him a few questions concerning this issue. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you on Z101.9 FM, sir, this morning.
I'm pleasure too.
So the network failure that is affecting this nationwide limited voters registration exercise, what does the MPP's take on this?
Thank you very much for having me. I think that it wasn't a nice experience, and we expect that going into the remaining days, the system is not going to be grappled with these kind of challenges. The party had put in place enough mechanism to monitor the exercise. You are aware this is taking place in the EC district offices and some selected difficult to reach electoral areas and some public institutions, tertiary ones of course. And so when you put together your agents expecting that you have at the end of the day a report to show the number of people who have been able to register, but they get disturbed by network failure. It is a source of worry, but we're hoping that going into the remaining days, as I said, this experience will not occur again.
Okay, the NDC had complained about some violation, according to them, that they should have been given a list, 14 clear days of the officials that were going to be used, so that they would have to scrutinize those in there. What is the MPP stance on this?
We are not going to really spend our resources to debate this. They know what they must do. It's NDC. So if they feel that the section of the law has been breached, they know what they should do.
Okay, so let's also find out, going forward, what are your expectations concerning this very limited registration and the challenges? What are your expectations?
Well, we are aware that this is a 21-day exercise which commenced yesterday, 7th, is supposed to end on the 27th of this month. We expect the EC to make provisions for all those who are eligible to be registered to have the opportunity to do so. The law now requires that for you to be able to register, you should be a Ghanaian of 18 years and above, of sound mind. You should be a resident in the area that you seek to register. And so we are expecting that the CI 126 will be complied. The challenge has been the issue of the guarantor system. And so we expect all stakeholders to comply with the laws. And once the laws are complied, there shouldn't be any problem. We cannot, project with certainty that at the end of the exercise, there's the number of people that the EC must register. If people are of age, they are Ghanaians and they want to register, the law says they should be given the opportunity to do so. So that's all we expect.
The EC was looking at 622,000. That was a target. And you're saying it could be more, it could be less?
Definitely, because it's numbers. If you target 620 or 860, and at the end of the day, more people will get registered or less, have we breached any portion of the law? The other side, the projected figure, what we got from the registered voters was less than the projected figure. So we've gone into an exercise in 2023. 910,000 people were registered. I think the EC have projected a number less than that. Doesn't mean that those people will not be given the opportunity to register. I am looking at a situation where you pay attention to all those who are eligible to have the opportunity to register. That is the key thing. Yes, set projections to plan your logistics and all that. What we know is that this is a 21-day exercise, and we have made provisions to make sure that our national officers, regional officers, constituency officers will monitor this exercise and ensure that the CI as a separate will be the guiding legal framework for this exercise. Our agents will be there to ensure that at the end of each day's exercise, we are given the daily printout, which will match with all that we have to do. Other issues, my brother, are internal issues. We have to plan because we are looking at a credible register that is going to win us the elections for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And all that we will do must be within the confines of the law.
Is there any scenario where you see this thing going beyond the 21 days, an extension of a sort?
If the challenges are not resolved, then it will make valid sense to say that the EC must consider extending the period. But please, today is supposed to be day 2. Why do you want to discuss extension of time and all that? We need to plan. What is key is that people who are eligible must be given the opportunity to do so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans Nimaku, who is the Director of Research and Elections at the MPP. Thank you so much, sir. Have a great day. No cause for alarm. Early days yet, so says the MPP's Mr. Evans Nimaku, Director of Elections and Research. Let me bring this once again to you before we continue the discussion on the nationwide limited voters registration by the Electoral Commission and the challenges that arose yesterday being day one. Yes, early days yet, but let's do this announcement once again. My Unforgettable Mom is a promotion being run by Z101.9 FM. For you, dear listener, what was your childhood like? What was growing up with your mom like? It is important that you tell us this. Why? Because there is a prize. Amazing prizes are awaiting you. Give us a 50-word tribute. 50-word tribute on what your unforgettable mom experience was like, and then send this tribute to Z101.9 FM via the WhatsApp line 0544 321019. By the 9th, by tomorrow, send us the script, 50 words telling us about your unforgettable mom, and you'll be amazed at the prizes that you would walk away with. All real life stories will be shortlisted by a panel of judges, and 3 winners will walk away with awesome prizes for their mom or mother figure in their life. My Unforgettable Mom promotion is sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel. And this is My Unforgettable Mom promotion on Z101.9 FM, celebrating motherhood.
Z101.9 FM.
Get ready to make this Mother's Day unforgettable with Z101.9 FM Spectacular Unforgettable Moms promotion. We're giving away fabulous prizes, and all you have to do is share your favorite mom story in 50 words or less. Whether she's your rock or your guiding light, WhatsApp your entries to 0544 321019 before May 9, 2024, and let's make this Mother's Day one for the books. It's sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel.
Z101.9 FM.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio. It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Z101.9 FM.
your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Yes, still Zed 101.9 FM, second hour, top story, the EC limited voter registration and the challenges thereof. We have on the line Mr. Albert Ahin, who is a CODEO coordinator. We want to ask him if there are cause to be worried about this, or is this just early days yet? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you on Zed 101.9 FM, sir.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Ahin, let's find out. So far, it's been just under 24 hours and there's been challenges. Is there cause to worry, or is this early days yet?
I wouldn't say there's a cause to worry. Yesterday's problems mainly, I believe, emanated from the internet connectivity. So if we are lucky and the internet stays intact, so I don't think we should be having problems. There were a few cases where electricity was also an issue. But I'm sure you heard yesterday the commissioner herself saying that they were to get some gen sets so they could use. So I'm sure things will normalize later. There were a few problems, yes. Some stations started late. But let's see what happens today, and then we will be able to. It's too early to say there will be problems.
The NDC have also complained about some violation of the act, because for them there were some 12 or 14 days that they were supposed to be giving a list of officials that were going to be used so that they will be able to peruse and scrutinize who they were. Is that also an issue that CODEO has picked up, and what are your thoughts on that, sir?
Though I'm sorry, we haven't had any issue with that one. We haven't picked it. But I'm sure if it's to do with supervision and the returning officers or whatever they call them, I'm sure they will sort them out. What I know is that they do some interviews and pick them. According to the EC, there was an interview, they were selected, and they are the very people who have been working with them, that's what they say, for a long time. So if there's a problem, I think the best thing to do is to have a solid information as to somebody's background with regards to the employment of being a return officer, and then it can be investigated. I don't believe it should generate into any quarrel. If anybody suspects that a particular person is affiliated to a party, it has to be subjected to scrutiny, and then the best solution found.
Thank you, but we also want to find out if it is true that it's a violation, can that affect the authenticity of this whole exercise at the end of the day?
Yes, even if it's a perception, it is not good for it. Okay? If it's even a perception that some people who are supposed to be supervisors of the registration exercise are known to be party people, that perception alone doesn't add credibility to the process. So it is a concern, yes.
Okay, and that brings up the issue of trust. And is that not dangerous leading into an election where all of a sudden even the limited voter registration is being fraught with trust issues?
Definitely. If you are having an election or maybe a registration exercise and it is, people are suspecting that people who are in charge are party people, definitely the outcome will not be something that will be accepted wholeheartedly. So yes, there will be challenges if at the initial stages you have people who are supposed to be party people involved. And that is why I'm saying that the moment perception steps in, the outcome is going to be something different.
But you are saying still early days yet, you believe these issues will be resolved eventually?
Oh, definitely. This is the second day. You cannot conclude that all these problems are going to persist throughout the exercise. So let's give them the benefit of the doubt and then move on, see what happens.
Okay, sir. For the new registrants who are young, how do they take something like that? How would they begin to see this exercise? For them, this is the first time.
This is the first time, but they are in this country, and I'm sure when somebody was 17 and there was some registration, they saw what happened. Of course, going to a polling station or a registration center and not having, it's smooth will definitely give you a shock in a way. But if it's an internet problem, definitely they will know that it's something that can be overcome. So that's why I'm saying that it's early days yet to conclude that everything is going to be worrisome. But it should, I'm sure, the EC itself has come out. I think I saw a message yesterday about the internet problem.
There's a press release.
Yes, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt, as I said, and wait to see what comes later. Because they are aware of the problem themselves.
Okay, so what will be Codel's verdict on day one?
No, Codel is saying that everything, as we sent people there to watch, we were given the permission, the setup and everything was okay, with the exception of the fact that we observed in a few places registration started around 12 noon. Some machines were not working well. They broke down a little. And then in the northern region, Bongo, Upper East, Upper West area, there were a few places also where registration didn't start early. These were what we saw yesterday. And that is why I'm saying that it is early days yet to jump to a conclusion. We are observing. And from time to time, we shall be sending out reports about what is happening. There were a few incidents, critical incidents, that were reported. So all these are going to be analyzed and then solutions may be found to them. So let's move on and see what goes on.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for talking to us right here on Zed 101.9 FM. We've been talking to Mr. Albert Ayin, who is a Codeo coordinator, and he said it's early days yet. Let's hope things are resolved as we go along. Thank you so much, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, my dear.
Yeah, so that's a tough story. Early days yet, no panic, no cause for alarm. Issues that have arisen, the EC has already come up with their own press statement. So let's trust that the process is going to work. Coming up after this is Business Briefs right here on Zed 101.9 FM. Yes, it's money. Business Briefs right here on Zed in the Morning. This week we've been looking at what some experts call the most important business skill. And what did they say it is? They said it is networking. It is networking. And we've been looking at the skill set you need to be a great networker as a business person. So we will go into some of them. Then on Monday we looked at the two, which were communication skills and listening skills. Your ability to walk to someone and begin to network with a person would also be dependent on how well you're able to communicate to the person. And then also your listening skills. Your listening skills are also very, very important. Yesterday we looked at two others, which were relationship building skills and your emotional intelligence. Today we're looking at two more: curiosity and open-mindedness. To be a great networker, you must be curious, you must be open-minded, you must be curious about others' work and open to new ideas and perspectives, and that can lead to valuable connections and opportunities. If you sat in a train or in a plane or in a car with someone next to you, how would you initiate a conversation? And when the person begins to talk, are you open-minded enough to allow the person to talk so that you listen and listen for connectivity in one way or the other? Are you curious enough to start a conversation by saying, what do you do for a living? Okay, tell me more. Those are the kinds of skill sets that you need to be a great networker. And then the sixth skill set is confidence. Having confidence in oneself, in one's ideas, can make a positive impression when networking. You must be very confident in yourself to be able to walk to someone and begin to strike a conversation with a person. And when you are given an opportunity to talk to someone, your confidence should come out. Yes, and that would help you be a great networker. So don't forget, let's do a quick recap. From Monday, communication skills, listening skills, also relationship building skills, emotional intelligence. Today we've looked about curiosity and open-mindedness and also confidence. Tomorrow we'll bring you more right here on Business Briefs on Zed 101.9 FM.
Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Why not grab any? So we mami so me kawudini. Why not grab any? Die won't kuani me do. Why not grab any? So we mami so me kawudini. Why not grab any? Oh, baby new. The show baby ama wasi gumi. Sano ya mi dompe mudompe. Oh baby ani mo ya konkondo. Nkakase ama me remade baby. Eti oni akebe me. mama ati ayeni anapakuko bonko kroko abiye vida wasio nasibuwe jamu memoria kiseni payari osanye die ame debi onko Wishoma wakwe kuma so intia anyane so trane kwande Fisubia wobebia Fisi obeshia nendo Fatu baby na wese Obi bedi uwachiniana Fise makanta medin season Miti mi famido bi eni agro Iti ambe samido shwe Neuze meme kuwa That is why I'm calling I'm still calling Baby I'm still calling Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any won't kuani me do Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any Oh do we need
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
I say prempe Johnson I say tai kumani efueno Oni ni comfort prempe All on my mwana I say sabani baga paye intino And all they know chichisi Tiani koni ane beko Koni ofumu en fansho I say yeah Wahuwa me bibi ayena Asika Wanka kawanyeni Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any won't kuani me do Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any Oh baby you calling Baby I'm still calling Baby I'm still calling Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any won't kuani me do Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Baby I'm still calling Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any won't kuani me do Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini Why not grab any won't kuani me do Why not grab any So we mami see me kawudini
Yes, it's the third hour of the show, and this is Zed Talk. We're doing a series we call Doing Business in Ghana. On Monday, we tackled the GIPC and the business environment in Ghana. Yesterday, we looked at entrepreneurship in the system, spoke to two entrepreneurs about their challenges and how they've been able to manage all through. And then also today, we're tackling tax. One of the most controversial issues, the words that no one really wants to hear. Taxes for all, both individuals and businesses: withholding tax, corporate income tax, mineral royalties tax, gift tax, vehicle income tax, rent tax, communication service tax, pay as you earn, tax stamp. I mean, and on and on and on and on and on. There are always one tax or the other that is waiting for someone around the corner just to hook you up. For businesses, withholding tax, WHT, CIT, and all that. The truth is that we cannot also run away from the importance of taxes. But are taxes crippling the business environment? Are taxes challenging? In Ghana, income, even for individuals, income tax levied on both resident and non-resident, it is crucial. Today on Zed Talk, we want to talk taxes. Yes, we're talking tax and more tax, income tax, direct taxation. We're talking direct taxation, how it's affecting you. We're looking at the various types. We're looking at how employees and employers are all going to be affected or are affected by taxes. Corporate tax, we would also tackle corporate tax. We're talking to a tax lawyer. He's coming through for us to have a good discussion on everything to do with taxes. And then also, what are the incomes that are exempt from taxes? So we're told that gain from from life insurance when the proceeds are paid by a resident insurer, the income of a non-resident person from a business that operates ships or aircraft, if the Commissioner General is satisfied that an equivalent exemption is granted by that person's country of residence to persons resident in Ghana. A dividend paid to a resident company by another resident company when a company receiving the dividend controls at least 25% of the voting power in the company paying the dividend. Then also interest or dividend on an investment paid or credited to a holder or member of an approved unit trust scheme or mutual fund. These are some of the incomes that are exempted from taxes. We'll be finding out a lot more when we get the tax expert in the studio. We'll also talk about indirect taxation. We talk about VAT, NHIL, Ghana Education Trust Fund levy. We'll be finding out what all these means for you as a business person. We'll also look at some of the challenges that are into this withholding of VAT and all that, and the returns that must be submitted by all corporate bodies. What are the offenses? That is the sanctions. If you fail to register, what are the sanctions? If you fail to issue proper tax invoices, what are the sanctions? Late filing of VAT returns, what are the sanctions? Late payment of tax, and even making a claim for a refund which you are not entitled to. All these are some of the discussions we'll be having today with a tax expert.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Businesses keep complaining. Too many taxes in the system. Import duty, special import duty, African Union import duty, ECOWAS levy, import and export levy, import duty exemptions, administrative charges. We'll be discussing all these export duties, excise duties, environmental tax, airport tax, excise tax, stamp, and many, many more. We'll be discussing all that right here on Z Talk with the series Doing Business in Ghana. The truth of the matter is that the capacity of a country to provide for the welfare and security of its citizens, as well as to develop and consolidate representative democracy, is determined by its ability to raise enough resources. Where are the resources going to come from? Hey, it must come from taxes. So yes, we'll be talking tax right after this break.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Get ready to make this Mother's Day unforgettable with Z101.9 FM Spectacular Unforgettable Mums Promotion. We're giving away fabulous prizes, and all you have to do is share your favorite mom story in 50 words or less. Whether she's your rock or your guiding light, WhatsApp your entries to 0544 321019 before May 9, 2024, and let's make this Mother's Day one for the books. It's sponsored by Sonotech Medical and Diagnostic Center and Best Western Premier Accra Airport Hotel.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM. Zed 101.9 FM.
Yeah, forever loving job. Bob Marley, Robert Nesta Marley, legend of all times. It's good for a Wednesday morning whilst we're preparing to talk tax and everything around taxing.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Enjoy the best shows on Lifestyle, Leisure and Business Radio LLB right here on Z101.9 FM. And like I said, I want to run you through your Mondays to Fridays. That's the way it should be with you and us going together. Lifestyle, Leisure and Business. You're logged in 5 a.m. every Monday to Friday. Don't take your dial off this very one, 101.9 FM, because at 5 a.m. every Monday to Friday, morning blessings come your way with Pastor Joshua NST. Morning blessings, 5 a.m. Mondays to Friday. Then after that takes us to 5:30. 5:30 is Living Word with Dr. Mensah Otabil. 5:30 a.m. daily right here on Z101.9 FM. Then that brings us to 5:55. 5:55 is Zed in the Morning with yours truly, all through to 9:55. At 9:55 we send you out into 10, and at 10 is NYA the brand with the brighter side. Mondays to Fridays, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Then you have a Tuesday program you don't want to miss. At 1 p.m. I have a story to tell with Honorable Fritz Bafo every Tuesday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Also tuning to Z101.9 FM, Highway 1019 with Ofuriwa Oyo, Mondays to Fridays, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Highway 1019 is a drive that will send you home with a smile on your face. Then on weekends, 8 a.m. on every Saturday morning, it's time with Professor Stephen Adai, and the theme is Abundant Living. Tune in to Z101.9 FM every Saturday and listen to the man he will give you nuggets of wisdom that will give abundance to your life. And then on Sundays, Z Gospel Groove with DDM comes your way every Sunday at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Tune in to Z101.9 FM. Right after Z Gospel Groove at 10 a.m. on Sundays, the king of country, the legend himself, Tommy Annan Folsen, comes your way with Country Express, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And there is also Country Express on Wednesdays, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. right here on Z101.9 FM. You don't want to miss these programs and many more that are coming your way right here on Z101.9 FM.
Z101.9 FM.
A big birthday on today, the 8th of May. Big birthday to Mr. Benjamin Lawe, who is the Deputy PRO of Cocoa Board Ghana. Mr. Benjamin Lawe, have a happy birthday. And also to Mr. Chris Wolf Caesar from Z Multimedia, to Mr. Chris Wolf Caesar, happy birthday. And then also a happy birthday to Prophet Manasseh Achu of Watered Garden Ministries. Manasseh Achu, Prophet Manasseh, a happy birthday to you as well.
Your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Z101.9 FM.
A big happy birthday once again to Mr. Chris Wolf Caesar, the managing director of Unilever Ghana PLC. Have a wonderful day. May 8th is your birthday. As a matter of fact, we dedicate this song to Mr. Chris Wolf Caesar of Unilever and all the celebrants for this wonderful Wednesday morning, 8th May. This is from Zed Multimedia to your very good selves. Yes, before we go into this one, let me drop this very big one as well. A happy birthday to Seto Akpe of Danwell Insurance. It's coming from our boss, Mr. Alex Mensah. Happy birthday to you, Seto Akpe of Danwell Insurance. Now, let's roll the birthday song for all the celebrants today.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
A word from the wise, don't try to make life on your own. Remember that Jah just by your side. For I was a soul who was lost, and my life was in dismay. For among evil forces in which I played, guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With God-fearing people I chose to strive. For all of the lives that are taken, they can never be replaced. But still Jaja chose to remember my face. Though I never lived like he wanted, I'm still mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. God, Father, you rescued me. I've got the scars to show. I daily made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark. He was the light at the end of the road. When I was a young boy, growing up in Augustown, we ate from the same pot. We were iron dreams all around. From Gola to Colorado Corner, would have helped me to stand my ground. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. Cause Father, you rescued me. And I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Never lived to please him, I never lived like I should. Father, you rescued me. Oh yeah. I've lived and I've learned. I've made mistakes along the way. Now I beg for forgiveness each day as I try to pray. So take it from me, son, you can change the world today. And I am living proof that crime doesn't pay. For I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. Cause Father, he rescued me. And I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I never
was mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knees. Cause Father, you rescued me, and I've got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark. The light at the end of the road. Though I never lived like he wanted, I was mindful of what he taught.
It's your lifestyle lurcher
I'm on my
and business
bending
radio.
knees. I asked the Father, please. Father, you rescued me, and I got the scars to show. I barely made it along life's road. As my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road.
It's your lifestyle lurcher and business radio.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Yeah, doing business in Ghana. That's a series we're running on Zed Talk. The whole of this week. We started on Monday with GIPC. Let's do a quick recap. We did GIPC. Mr. Ashon Latte was here. We had a great conversation with Mr. Edward Ashon Latte. And then yesterday, we also had some amazing conversations with the entrepreneur. So yes, it's going so well. Doing business in Ghana is your ultimate guide to navigating the business landscape in this vibrant West African nation we call our home. And I'm your guide on this journey. Ghana, a country known for its rich cultural heritage, friendly people, and vast natural resources, offers a wealth of opportunities for entrepreneurs, investors, and businesses looking to expand their horizon. From agri to tech and from manufacturing to services, Ghana's economy is ripe for growth and innovation, which is why throughout this week we're going into the world of doing business in Ghana, exploring the opportunities, challenges, and success stories of entrepreneurs and businesses that have made Ghana their home. We'll be talking to experts. We've started already. We're talking to experts, investors, business leaders, and they're sharing valuable insights, tips, and resources to help us navigate the Ghanaian business landscape. Whether you're a seasoned entrepreneur or just starting, we're doing business in Ghana. We're helping you. We sort of hand-holding you, as it were, to go through the business landscape, just so that any potential minds on the landscape, we are able to help you navigate them. Today, we're talking taxes. And it's very important that we talk taxes, because you and I know that one of the biggest complaints that people have are taxes. What are the most common tax challenges that Ghanaians are facing as business people? How are they addressed? How do tax laws and regulations impact the growth and development of businesses in Ghana? What tax incentives or benefits are available to businesses in Ghana, and how can they be assessed? How can businesses ensure tax compliance and avoid common pitfalls or penalties? There's so many that we need to know about taxes, and it's taken us all through to 8:55 and beyond before we come your way with Science and Tech Wednesday. So yes, we have a packed program all through today. Thank you so much for joining us, dear listener. It's welcome once again to class. Like I told you, this has to be your MBA, your mini MBA on wheels, bringing you the top experts in the field that is called business, just so that you understand what a business landscape looks like. Today, we have right here in the studios a lawyer and a tax practitioner. Someone with the expertise who understands the tax space. I don't. I mean, it's not my forte. So yes, I'm happy to have someone of his caliber in here with his experience and everything, just so that we are on the same page. I'm also going to learn. So please pick your pens and your papers. He's a tax expert. His name is Faisal Mustafa. I'm going to try to mention it, and I know I'm going to get it right. I'm so good at these ones. Kontogunde. Faisal Mustafa Kontogunde. I got it absolutely right. He's a lawyer and he's a tax practitioner, one of the top ones we have. We're going to talk tax with him. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Zed in the Morning.
Good morning.
It's great to have you. We are excited to have you. We started this series on Monday, and evidently, when it comes to businesses, the question of tax is always something that it scares people off. Tell us, first of all, what in layman's terms are taxes?
Okay.
So basically, taxes are creation of law, and it's more or less a token that you pay for being a citizen of a particular country or a state. So the fact that you are a citizen of a country or a state, it's an obligation for you to pay taxes. So that's just more or less a brief cap of what taxes are.
Okay, so why the hula baloo about taxes? If taxes are required of citizens, why the hula baloo in this country about taxes? Is it that ours is too many, or what are the challenges associated with taxes faced by businesses, especially in Ghana?
Very well. So the fact that you're a business and you're operating in Ghana, you're required to pay taxes. Taxes are needed for the development of the nation, for infrastructure development, to take care of government expenditure as and when they fall due. So basically that's the background. The difficulty with businesses paying taxes is about the issue of where they appreciate
what the taxes is,
what the taxes are.
Okay.
In Ghana, and the issue is whether it's also a cultural issue, as to whether people or individuals or citizens are always ready to pay taxes when the taxes are due. So these are the challenges. In recent times, there have been a lot of attempts by the authority and by other main stakeholders to, as it were, sensitize Ghanaians to understand and that's the need for them to pay their taxes as Ghanaians, and then as to how that can be done, because that's another area we have to look at. So if you understand what taxes you're supposed to pay, how do you get that done? It's the other issue you should look at. And with the adoption of digitization and technology tools, it's made it quite simpler, easier for people to understand and also comply with their tax obligations.
So how do tax laws and regulations impact the growth and development of businesses in this country?
Very well. So, like I said earlier, tax is a creature of law, and tax laws provides for rights and obligations of taxpayers in respect of taxes that they are required to more or less pay or comply.
Mm-hmm.
In that instance, the tax law also provides for certain rights that taxpayers can enjoy in compliance with the tax laws. So, for instance, it provides that if you acquire a fixed asset, capital assets,
Mm-hmm.
which is used in generating your business income, you are entitled to capital allowance, right? Capital allowance in the course of the business. It also provides that if you incur other business expenses, which are quite legitimate, right, and seem to meet certain criteria, you can enjoy deduction for those expenses. So, mainly, what happens is the government needs revenue to take care of government expenditure. Right, and just like the citizens also needs the infrastructure and the needed environment to do their business, for their business to grow, and all boils around the tax environment, right? So it's about what you need to do as a citizen, if you're either a business or a person, in compliance with the tax laws, and to ensure the government gets the needed revenue to put in place the needed structures, infrastructure, and other amenities available for you as a business to grow. So it's both sides.
Okay, if I'm required by law to pay my taxes as a citizen, whether as a person or a business, and I'm required by law to, and on the other side, like you're saying, it is so and help government also put in the infrastructure and all the things that they need to do. If government is not doing its part, can I also say I won't do my part? It's not a moral thing.
Yeah, so we call that tax morality.
Oh, there's something like that.
Tax morality, yes. So it's about
Wow, tell me about tax morality.
Yes, about the citizens' concern of the use of tax revenue in the development of the nation, or in provision of the needed infrastructure. So the issue is the tax revenue that is being generated. Is it used for the purpose for which it has been, for which it's supposed to? And the idea is, or the background is about the government communicating, taking deliberate steps to communicate the use of these tax revenues and being accountable to citizenry.
What do the theorists, those who've written about tax morality, what do they say? What are their stance on tax morality? Do they think it's a good or is not a good thing to have? What are the general thoughts in literature about tax morality? Because that's the first time I'm hearing this one.
Yeah, so the general thoughts and literature on tax morality is mainly border on creating trust between the government and then the citizenry, and being transparent enough, and being accountable to the citizenry. So letting them know the tax revenue has been generated, what is being used for. And in our sphere of life, or in where we find ourselves, it's obvious. You can see the amenities that the government is taking, the social intervention projects, school feeding program, quite a number of government infrastructure. So
you can't therefore say you won't pay.
Yes, you can't therefore say you won't pay. So, but the idea is there should be a deliberate attempt to communicate this to the citizenry.
Okay.
For them to know that what they are paying is actually being used for the benefit of the state or the nation. Right. So
okay.
And the other angle is do what you're supposed to do as a citizen and leave the rest. So give what belongs to Caesar, right?
Yeah,
so do what you're supposed to do.
You do your part and leave the rest.
And leave the rest. Leave the rest. But the main issue should be whether the taxes that are being paid by citizens is used in the right cause. Right?
You would agree with me that it is this, whether they are using our money well, that makes people want to or not want to pay their taxes. Now, let me find out from you as an expert. First of all, let's decouple this issue of tax avoidance and tax evasion. Please run me through what is the difference. Help us understand that.
Okay, so the tax laws provide for certain arrangements. Okay, that certain provisions that you can take advantage of to minimize your tax liability. So the tax avoidance, it's taking advantage of the provisions in the tax laws, right, in order to minimize your tax liabilities, legitimately, right? Mm-hmm. So that's about tax avoidance. So if, for instance, you know that when you go into this business, for instance, you go into manufacturing and you locate your business outside Accra, outside Teba, you would be entitled to certain concessional rates. Right.
Okay.
Unlike operated in Accra or Tema. So these are certain provisions in the tax law that one can vet their minds to.
Let's touch on some of those. You said the first one is if you locate a manufacturing concern outside Accra and Tema, you get some of these. So they are legal ways of not paying tax.
Sure, legal ways of not paying, but paying reduced taxes.
Okay. Not
or lower taxes.
Not totally not paying, but yes. You pay lower. So one is you relocate your business outside a manufacturing concern. Yes. What are the other ways by which legally you can avoid paying so much and pay maybe reduce, just so that our listeners are in a position to understand, take advantage of some of these things?
Okay, so you can also look at issues of capital allowances. So when you acquire a fixed asset, mm-hmm. you maintain the necessary costs, right? And to the extent that the fixed asset is being used in the course of your business, right, you are entitled to what capital allowance on it. Right?
What does that mean?
So capital allowance mainly takes care of like depreciation. Depreciation is the accounting side, right? So capital allowance is the tax provision for depletion of assets that are used in the course of business. So, for instance, you have a computer And the useful life of the computer is, let's say, 3 years, and then it's going to wear and tear in the course of time. So you enjoy the benefits of that wear and tear in the form of capital allowance.
Okay.
Right.
Another way by which, before we take the tax evasion.
Look, so another way.
Another benefit.
Benefit,
like,
okay. Or another is a benefit or incentives, right?
Exactly, yes.
Are available for business or persons. So we have instances where if you are into farming, especially tree crop farming,
okay,
right? So in the tree crop family, you are entitled to a 5% concessional rate, right, for 10 years from your first harvest, right?
Okay.
If you are into tree crop,
like cashew, mango, those ones.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. If you are into farming cattle, you have 5% concessional rate for 10 years, commencing from when the business starts.
When you say 5% concessionary rate, it means what?
Okay, so under normal circumstance, the business is supposed to pay tax. Average level about 25%. The corporate income tax rate is about 25%, right? So for a normal business, so if you are not enjoying any concessionary benefits, right?
You would have done 25%. But if you are into these,
you're into these areas, you would suffer only 5% for 10 years. If you're into cattle farming, concession rate of 5% for 10 years from the commencement of the business. We also have other incentives, like if I to waste processing business, right?
Okay.
So, just it's an environmental issue, as we know. So,
okay.
Tax policy tries to also look at those sides.
Okay.
How do we direct policy in terms of environment and other areas? So, waste processing business, if you are into that area of business, you can also enjoy 5% concessional rate.
For how many years?
Yeah, for 7 years.
Okay.
What
happens beyond those years? You come back to the 25.
Sure, you come back to 25 after those years.
But you would have enjoyed 5% for a long time.
Right. So you can imagine the savings.
Yeah.
5%. You have
20%.
About 20%.
Yes.
To save in terms of your corporate income taxes.
That's interesting.
Yes. You also have free zones. So if you are registered as a free zone entity, okay. So with that one, you are tax exempt for 10 years from commercial operations. And that is for free zone entities.
That's quite interesting.
There are quite a number of them.
Okay.
This is just to mention it.
And then let's come to tax evasion. This one is avoidance. Yeah. What about evasion?
So there's a thin line between the two. So one is legitimate and the other one is illegitimate. So so trying to use more or less illegitimate means to not pay taxes.
And that is wrong.
That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. It's against the tax laws.
That's interesting. Okay. How can businesses ensure tax compliance and avoid common pitfalls of these penalties?
Right. So to ensure tax compliance, right? So you need to business needs to ensure timely filing of their tax returns and payment of their taxes. So there are quite a number of taxes, and each tax handle has the deadlines as to when you're supposed to file a tax return and make the necessary payments. So business need to do that. That's very important. They also need to maintain proper records and provide and keep supporting documents for their transactions. So, for instance, you indicated you acquired an asset. If they come on the field, they will need to ascertain the documents covering. I don't see the asset and documents covering the assets.
Okay.
And whether you own it, because it needs to be used in the business before you can enjoy the benefit that comes in. So you need to ensure that they maintain proper records and then provide supporting documents for their transactions. Taxpayers need to avail themselves for tax education. Because every now and then there's always changes in the tax laws, right? And then that comes with quite a number of different nuances regards to the tax landscape. And it's important taxpayers avail themselves to tax education. And when there's any change, the Revenue Authority, the GRA, would always take steps to educate taxpayers through quite a number of programs, sensitization programs, to the media and other platforms to more or less educate taxpayers on the changes that have come up and what the implications are.
Okay.
Taxpayers should also take advantage of tax amnesty regimes. In recent times, there have been a number of tax amnesty regimes in Ghana, and taxpayers should take advantage. Because when you take advantage of tax amnesty, you may be entitled to waiver of interest and penalties for taxes that you have disclosed at the point of the amnesty and you've made payments for. So taxpayers should should try advantage they can to take advantage of the tax amnesty regimes that may be brought in place. So these are some of the measures that if taxpayers consider, they can ensure tax compliance and avoid pitfalls or penalties.
The GRA, the authority itself, is doing a lot. I mean, some of these public education and all that. But what are some of the initiatives that the GRA has implemented to simplify tax compliance for businesses in Ghana?
Oh, very well. There are quite a number of initiatives, and we must commend the GRA for that. To start with, the GRA in recent times has brought on board the online file or e-filing and payment platforms.
Okay.
That you can sit at the comfort of your house, your bedroom, your office file your returns.
In those days, you have to go to GRA.
Yes, and
pick a paper, pick one of the forms, and then get a copy of it. If it's not been photocopy, you go photocopy it yourself. You fill it with whatever it is, and then you go stay in that queue and wait for the cashier, and then you submit. And then add your money if there is money to be added and all that. If it's a nil return, you just go submit and all that. You say this is a thing of the past.
Sure. You sit at the comfort of your house and you get that done. Just at the click of a button, you have access to the platform. You go in there, complete the relevant documents, attach the relevant, and you can file your returns and make payments. So this is more or less, I say, a huge progress in our landscape. And as we all know, the agenda or the plan is to adopt digitization at its full space, and it's in direction to that, it's in line with that. So the e-filing and e-payment platform, it's one of the innovations or one of the initiatives that the GRA has implemented. Also looking at online tax clearance certificate application. So if you need a TCC, tax clearance certificate to process any transaction, to apply for a visa, to tender for goods or for certain contracts, you don't need to go to the tax office. Online you can process that.
Okay.
And it will go to the necessary verifications, and if there are issues, they will flag it and get back to you, or process the TCC for you. So it's also one of the progressive steps that the GRA has taken. The GRA in recent times to have implemented what we call the Tax and Good Governance Month, which most often happens at the commencement of every year, right? So this Tax and Good Governance Month, they take the opportunity to educate taxpayers on the tax system in the country and other new tax laws and other tax policies that are currently in the system or that will be brought to bear in the system. So this as well provides taxpayers that avenue to appreciate the tax issues and to be able to ensure compliance. Right?
Okay, let me find out from you. This series we're doing business in Ghana, is of course, yesterday we spoke to the GIPC. They will be dealing with big industries and all that. But yesterday also, on Monday we did a GIPC. Yesterday we spoke to some entrepreneurs. The SME space, we know that is the engine of growth. It is supposed to power the economic development of this country because government as an employer cannot employ everybody. How is GRA as the mother body supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in understanding and meeting their tax obligations?
Yes, so to start with, I think in recent times the GRA has taken quite a number of steps in that regard. So one is they ensure regular tax education on tax laws and other tax issues. And just like I mentioned earlier on this tax and governance month.
Yeah.
Yes, and they also have regular tax trainings that they invite taxpayers to more or less educate them on the tax laws and other new areas or emerging areas within the tax space. Right. So the GRA website too has rich information on tax issues that SMEs can always access freely to their benefits. Yes. So and then another way is adoption of digitalization and technology, like we mentioned, this e-filing, e-payment, ETCC. These are measures that you can see the GRA has adopted that will support SMEs in understanding and meeting their tax obligations.
Okay, that's interesting. Still on the SMEs, what tax planning strategies can these businesses adopt to optimize their tax position and minimize liabilities? These businesses in this country, because without this, they will struggle. So what kind of what tax planning strategies can they adopt to optimize their tax position?
Very well. So tax planning, it's should I say, it's always, I won't say it's a controversial issue, but it's quite a difficult side. But notwithstanding, I always say tax planning starts from day one of your business.
Okay.
So, and it borders on what you do as a business, right? So basically, if you do things right, it goes a long way to your tax planning to ensure that you minimize tax risk or risk of penalties and interest. So some of the strategies that I think business can adopt to minimize their tax position, which, like I said, would border on tax planning too, is about timely filing of their tax returns and payment of taxes. Because if you know you're supposed to do that, and you do that timely, you avoid interest and penalties, which saves you cost, right? So they should take advantage of the tax incentives and reliefs that are available. The incentives that I mentioned earlier, there are quite a lot of incentives. So before you go into any business, you at least look around to see what are the incentives available for that business, and what would you do to take advantage of these incentives. So when you take those steps, you're planning your activities in that regard, and you can take advantage of quite a number of benefits in terms of exemptions and reliefs. And the last point I would say is to maintain proper records, and proper supporting documents. So when you do that, I mean you plan your activities, say that you can take advantage of the benefits of certain tax incentives and avoid quite a number of penalties and loopholes.
Let me ask you, are there too many taxes in our system?
I wouldn't say there are too many taxes in our system. I wouldn't say that there are too many taxes in our system. I would not want to say that, because each tax handle that we have has its purpose.
Okay.
And it's, like I said, taxes are creatures of law. So they are meant to generate revenue for the state, right? So I would not say there are a lot of tax in the system, but I would say the taxes that are that currently we have in Ghana are taxes that are needed to help the government rake in the revenue for development. And it happens everywhere. If you look across Africa, even in the Western world, they equally have quite a number of taxes that government use to rake in revenue. So I wouldn't say it's
okay.
Quite a
So the number might be fine. It could have 100. It could have 1,000. The number in terms of individual taxes could be fine. Let me come to my next question. Is the average Ghanaian or Ghanaian business overtaxed?
On that score as well, I would say no. But the difficulty that we have is about how many people are being taxed, and that should be the question. Right?
I mean, this comes to the proverbial tax nets
are being taxed, and not how much is each person paying. But based on where I see it and then what I see happening in other jurisdictions, especially in the Western world, I would say businesses and persons are not being overly taxed.
Is it not because many are not paying? That's why the few that are paying are being overtaxed. Because if more people were contributing to the kitty, then it means that those of us contributing will need to contribute less. But because we are not bringing in a lot more, the few are being told to bear a bigger burden.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. On average, within sub-Saharan South Africa, like within West Africa, the tax to GDP rate is not that high. I think Ghana we range around 13 thereabout, 14 to 15 thereabout, right, in recent times. And other countries, even in Africa, are doing over 20%. In the Western world, 50, 40%, right? So it's about whether we have enough taxpayers to pay the right taxes, so you know that rake in the revenue. That's one thing. And then the issue is the tax net. So is everyone paying? Is everyone paying the right taxes? Is everyone paying? And is everyone paying the right taxes? Because it can happen that we can have quite a number of people paying, but they may not be paying the right taxes. Right? So
Okay.
but with the initiatives that have been taken with regards to digitalization and the adoption of technology,
Okay.
I think we're trying to steps have been taken to close that gap. Said that we will have quite a number of taxpayers. The tax net will be increased, and people who are already in the tax net will be paying the required taxes. So I think technology is coming in place to bridge that gap.
Okay, I mean, you have a point there, because I'm looking at a report that is from the OECD, and it's also in conjunction with Africa Union. And they said Ghana's tax to, okay, this is in 2021, probably things have changed. Okay, this report is last year. Ghana's tax to GDP ratio, which is like 14.1%, was lower than the average of the 33 African countries, which was 15.6 by 1.4. So there were countries like Botswana, Kenya, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Togo, and the rest are paying higher compared to the GDP. But Nigeria is lower than us. Yeah, Nigeria is a bit lower than us. Anyway, so you have a point that on the African continent, we're not like the most taxed in that sphere. Let me look for the country that is the most taxed. I think it's Tunisia, Seychelles, Morocco, South Africa. Okay, so you have a point. So you don't believe we are being overtaxed. You just think the net should be wider.
The net should be wider, and
digitization is the way to go.
Sure, and those even within the net now should
pay the right amount.
Taxes. Right.
Okay, now let's also find out one of the ways in which that we can widen the net is through education, tax education. Should it be a part of the curriculum in schools, and at what level should we begin this?
Yeah, so we always say there are two certainties in life that one cannot dodge.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Yeah,
death
and taxes.
And taxes, yeah.
So, to the extent that tax is the alternative certainty, it means it's prime. I would advocate that tax should be embedded in our curriculum, and you should start from the basic school.
Okay.
Yes.
Like class 1. The small boys should begin
upper primary or class 1, and let them appreciate why they need to pay tax and what taxes are needed for. And so from that level, you build a generation that understands to pay taxes as citizens of the country. So as they grow and as they find themselves into the business world or the job market, they would appreciate they need to pay the right taxes, and they would always avail themselves.
Okay, the right amount. You keep stress. Now let me find out, how do the tax authorities come up with a figure of a tax? Like, for instance, pay X% on this thing. Who comes up with that X%? Who comes up with that figure? And it's based on what?
So generally, our tax regime in Ghana is a self-assessment regime. Mm-hmm. So basically what happens is that you declare what you think is the taxes, are your taxes. Go and pay, and then maybe but subject to review later by the GRA.
Okay.
So, but what happens is the tax is paid on, especially the corporate income tax or personal income tax. It's paid on your chargeable income. So you have your assessable income. That would be the income that you have earned in the period. If you are an individual, income that you have earned from for the business period from January to December, right? All the incomes, all the business income, employment income, and investment income. Then you less all deductions, all reliefs, deductions. Then you arrive at the chargeable income. It's on that chargeable income that you apply the tax on, right? So
and that's what percentage?
Yeah, so it depends. If you're an individual, the graduated rates apply.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you're a company, average of 25%. Depending, if you have some concession, it can be lower, right? So average of 25% if you are into, if you're a business. So basically, that's so you have your assessable income, which is the top line income that you earn, right? Then you have your deductions and reliefs. Then you have your chargeable income, for which the taxes are applied.
Who came up with the 25? And it was based on what? Why not 22? Why not 19? Why? How do those figures? I know to understand that space. How do those figures come up? Why not 32? Why 25? Why not 21? Why 25?
I think it's a creation of law.
Okay.
A creation of law, and they try to look at what happens in other jurisdictions within our African context.
Okay.
And say, okay, if you are in business in Ghana and you're making this revenue and we provide you with electricity, good road security, and all this infrastructure, out of your profits, your taxable profits, let's take 25% of it.
Is the business community? Is the business community involved in coming up with these tax policies, and what role do they play in it? The business community. So, for instance, AGI, GNCCI, GUTA. I mean, are they part of a certain body that ensures that tax policies are rightly put out there?
Yeah. So this is a very important question there. So, and in recent times, I think our business communities have been vibrant, and the trade unions have been vibrant. They've been very engaging. In the past, I used to see that, but they're very engaged because they know that the taxes that are in the system impact them. So they are quite engaging. So some of the measures the business can do to contribute to tax policies and regulations in Ghana is that they should show keen interest in tax policy formulations.
They should show keen interest.
Yes, because it impacts them.
Mm-hmm.
It impacts them, and they are the most impacted.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they should show keen interest through advocacy, try to engage with them.
They shouldn't allow politicians to set the rates for them.
Not necessarily, but they should show interest. So if you show interest, you engage them, and you let them know what your issues are, and then you bring your concerns, and they can factor all that. And if any tax policy is going to be implemented, they would consider the implications on your side.
Okay.
They should also so if they are engaging, they should also try to come up with tax policy proposals or initiatives that they think would help them in their business, in their activities as they operate in Ghana. They also enjoy government policy makers on tax issues and how this impact their businesses. So it's important, like I said, that they take keen interest in tax policies. And get themselves involved in the process.
Interesting. Internationally, what are some of the best practices that we can learn from to improve our tax system and support business growth in this country?
Okay. So, internationally, the regime that more or less operates out there, it's borders mainly on the self-assessment regime, like I mentioned earlier.
Like the one we are using in Ghana.
Yes. So allow taxpayers to take decisions on what amount they feel is the taxes to pay at any point in time. But that will be subject to review by the GRA, or audit by the GRA. Right. So basically, with that, it engenders trust.
Okay.
Right. It engenders trust within the tax system and ensures voluntary compliance. Because if you don't determine what I need to pay at any point in time for me, but I do that, at least I will be willing to do it, which you maybe started to review subsequently. So it engenders trust and it promotes compliance. Okay, so and also some of the measures that more or less you can see happening even in the international landscape is about issues of proper accountability on the use of tax revenue, like we discussed earlier. Yeah. So government needs to be open on that and to be accountable for the use of tax revenue. And when that happens, it engenders trust, and people will be ready, or individual citizens will be ready to pay the needed taxes. Yeah. So, and there should also be, I think out there today we have what we call certainty of the tax regime. So you are certain that within this number of years, I can plan my business and know that this is the tax that I need to pay. I will not be interrupted with frequent changes in certain tax laws that will disrupt my business or my operations. Yeah. So certainty in the tax regime too is very important. I think it's an international
best practice.
Best practice that is adopted by some of these developed countries.
Interesting.
We Ghana can learn from and to help businesses grow.
Okay, how can the GRA and tax experts and businesses collaborate to create a more conducive tax environment for economic growth and development in this country?
Very well. So I think what needs to be done is engagement of the business community, trade unions, tax consultants on new tax policies or tax reforms before their implementations. So if there's a new tax policy or tax reform, these stakeholders need to engage, right, to discuss the issues around the tax, what the implications are for the business community, and what the impact would be. And in that instance, you get a lot of ideas, you get a lot of initiatives, or a lot of information that would help in rationalizing its implementation. So I think that's very critical. And also, these stakeholders too can always take steps to assess the impact of newly implemented tax policies. So whether this tax policy, new tax regime or new tax that we've implemented, whether it's meeting this needed goal, how much do we anticipate to bring in? Are we getting that? What's its impact on businesses?
Okay.
Right. What's impact on businesses? Right. And going forward, how do we do to more or less expand that particular tax angle to ensure it covers all other business or all other persons? So assessment of the impact of newly implemented tax policies or regimes would be helpful as well.
Interesting. It's 9:10 and we're having a conversation on taxes as part of our Doing Business in Ghana series with Faisal Mustafa Kuntumde, and he's a tax expert, he's a lawyer, he's a practitioner as well. We just have a few minutes to go, but there is this debate I want you to help me with. Internationally, there is still an ongoing debate, and when you look at both the pros and the cons and the for and the against, there are heavyweights on both sides. And this debate is simple. Tax amnesties don't work. As an expert, as a lawyer in this space, help me. What is your thought on this? This is on your personal thought on this. Do tax amnesties work? Because I'm looking at, for instance, Forbes magazine stands. They have an article that said it works without Big Brother in quotes. Of course, IMF came into this conversation. However, there are also some who said, listen, tax amnesties don't work. They stifle economic recovery. They reduce your income as a nation and all that. There are those who say, listen, they work, they don't work. Senior, where do you stand in this debate?
Right. Thank you. So just to more or less state that any opinion I express.
This is a personal opinion.
The commencement of the program until now is our personal opinion as a professional.
Exactly. That's why I stated that.
Of my employers.
No.
Right? So
yes,
our personal opinion as a professional, a tax professional, a tax practitioner. So on that note, I think tax amnesty works, and we're not looking at the immediate effects, It's about the long-term effects. So basically, what some of the tax amnesty regimes that we have implemented in Ghana looks at taxpayers availing themselves, one, making disclosure of taxes that they have not paid in the past period. We include the current period, right? Paying those taxes, okay, and then interest and penalties, okay, would be waived on those taxes. Mm-hmm. These are mainly the tax amnesty regimes that we have.
But that's a country losing money.
Yes, yes. So, but look, that's what I'm saying. It's not the immediate effect. Even the immediate effect, you still rake in some revenue, because if not for the amnesty, some taxpayers would avail themselves.
Yeah, of course, they won't come.
Because they know they have huge tax liabilities that if they come forth, they will pay interest and penalties.
Okay.
But the amnesty waives that. So it brings them down. They avail themselves voluntarily.
Okay.
So one, it promotes voluntary compliance. It rakes in revenue, right? Rakes in revenue, and the potential, the future potential, because these people that have just come on board, that have decided to disclose the tax that they owe and have paid, okay. Some of them might even in the past have not registered for taxes.
Of course.
So it's expanded the tax net, and the impact of they paying tax in the future, it's going to widen. Okay, hitherto you wouldn't have gotten the win of them. You wouldn't have known them that they're even in business, but for the amnesty. So I think it's not the immediate effect. We look at the long-term impact. Is what should always be the focus. And I think tax amnesty has wrecked. It has increased the tax net, right? It has ensured voluntary compliance. It has wrecked the tax revenue, right? And the implications going forward into the future is something that we can't overlook.
That's quite. That's an interesting take, and I appreciate your honesty in that space, because it's raging. If you go and study a bit into this whole thing, there are countries where they say we do it, we won't do it, and all that. So honestly, I appreciate your take on this very debate. Any final
just to add to that, so it's in our part of the world. It's like our part of the world, unlike other jurisdictions, that citizens ready to always disclose and pay the right taxes.
Yeah,
we don't have that in Ghana. The tax compliance level in Ghana is quite low, and you and I know that if you have income, it will only take certain reasons to push you to want to kind of disclose and pay the right taxes.
Of course.
Yes. You and I know.
Is it not also because we don't get anything from it, and we are told that if out there, are they not paying because they know there are also things that they would get? Are people not getting checks in their mail for some tax that they've paid and some rebates and all that? Is that the same here?
Yeah, if you do your things right, you will get that. If you as an individual, you file your returns, you disclose, and you're entitled to it, why not? And there are a lot of benefits or release for you as an individual that you can.
But we don't know, do we?
You need to avail yourself, because, and like I said, on the GRA website, when you go there, there's quite information on those stuff, these things that you can really learn. And like GRA also in recent times, or even in the past, have organized training and seminars to educate taxpayers on some of the reliefs that are available, right? So you as an individual, if you are married, you find your returns, you're entitled to. If you're married and your wife is dependent on you, right, or you have 2 dependent kids that you're taking care of, you're entitled to some reliefs.
Wow.
Right, that's some. So there are quite a number of reliefs. And if you're an employee or if you're a person and you've taken a loan for mortgage, taking a mortgage, you're entitled to deduction on the mortgage interest. And if you put all this together, right, and you disclose the right income, you can be entitled to some tax refunds. Why not? And when you put in the application, GRA will not hesitate to pay that back if they confirm that you are legitimate.
So GRA will give me a check?
It's possible. They've done that in the past.
There are people who have received checks from GRA.
Yes, tax refund is done.
Amazing. Final one. Let me also find out for you. There are those who have said that link benefits such as health insurance, pensions, to tax payment in terms of if I pay, there will be a certain portion or percentage of what I'm paying that will be put into my pensions and my health insurance, so that in itself would also encourage people to pay. What is your personal stance on that?
Yeah, I agree with that stance as well. And I think when that is done, that may even take care of the informal sector, and which is an untapped area. And you know, our system within Africa, or even in Ghana, is more of the informal sector. They occupy, or they make up over 70% or so, if I'm correct, of the tax or business landscape. So if we have that in place, I'm sure people will be motivated in the informal sector to pay, because they know their pension, right, is tied to that. Because for the informal sector, they don't have most of them don't have a formalized pension regime.
Exactly.
They retire with their capital or with their business. So if that happens, we may get the informal sector really embracing and wanting to pay the right taxes.
How practical do you think this can be done? Because it's somebody's idea that link the tax to NHIS and pensions, and like you're saying, it will help the informal sector. Practically, how do you think we can pull this off?
Yeah, so it can be done because with digitization and technology, it's making life so simple. It can just be through payment, to be through some USDC code. You don't need to really go through a lot of paperwork, right? And now, like I'm sure most Ghanaians, over half of the population now have the TIN, child identification number, which is synchronized with the NIA.
Yeah,
so
the Ghana card.
So we have that data which is available, and even those operating with the informal sector, quite a lot of them are also within that same bracket. So it should be doable. You just need to pull that data and communicate this out, right? The media communicate this out. You have education for quite a lot of people on this, right? On what to do and what the benefits are. You can have some organize some task clinics and let them appreciate what the issues are within their market zones or their localities or their farms areas. And when you drum that out, why not? It's doable. So
as an expert, would you, if you were consulting for the GRA, would you suggest that to the GRA, that they should tie their, the NHIS and pensions to tax payment, and that will bring in the informal sector?
I think that would be at the policy level.
Okay.
That would be at the policy level. That would be at the policy level. GRA, I'm sure they implement the tax law. That will be at the policy level.
Okay.
And yes, that will be at policy level. I'm not sure that would be a GRA.
Okay.
Policy level. It can be an initiative from GRA, but that will be at the policy level.
Okay.
Yes. Why not? It's something that one can always advocate or recommend because of the potential impact to tax revenue.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming through. We've been talking to Mr. Faisal Mustafa Kuntogumde. Mr. Faisal Mustafa Kuntogumde. He's a tax expert. He's a lawyer. He's a practitioner as well. And we've been having a good discussion on understanding Ghana's tax system. It's part of Doing Business in Ghana series right here on Zed in the Morning, Z101.9 FM. We continue tomorrow with another exciting topic on doing business in Ghana. Thank you so much, Faisal, for coming through, and have a wonderful, wonderful day, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, sir. Yes, so... Yeah, Lucky DV in the background. Taxman. I'm playing it for Faisal personally because he's a taxman.
Zed 101.9 FM.
200,000 billion dollars taxpayers' money disappear every year. Unaccounted for. Unaccounted.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Gentlemen, pay tax.
Yeah, we're doing taxes. Taxman by Lucky Dube, the late Lucky Dube. Amazing. This is Z101.9 FM. That was the end of Z Talk. This week we're doing business in Ghana. Doing business in Ghana. This is your lifestyle, your leisure, and your business radio. LLB Z101.9 FM. But what are Wednesdays? 9 to 10, between the hours of 9 and 9:55. Wednesdays are for science and tech. Science and tech. So let me run that through by you once again. Mondays are for personal growth and development. Tuesdays are for health and wellness. Wednesdays are for science and tech. And then we have Thursdays, which are for arts and culture and tourism, right here on Z101.9 FM. Science and tech. Today, what are we talking about? The role of AI chatbots in Ghana's banking system. The role of AI chatbots in Ghana's banking system. That is what we're talking about on Science and Tech Wednesdays, right here on Z101.9 FM. We're doing it just like we've always done. Today, we're talking AI, and we have in the studios two amazing gentlemen to help us to decipher this very issue of AI chatbot. So, for instance, you want to check your account balance. You don't want to go to the banking hall. You are far away from an ATM. Your phone is having challenges. The point is that you need to find from an AI what you're doing. Go to WhatsApp. I would normally go to WhatsApp. I would just do a hi, and this lady would come back and say, but let me do it right as I'm talking to you. I'm going to do it practically now. AI and banking. Don't worry, I'll check. I won't tell you my balance, but I'll check it. So I will go to WhatsApp and I'll see this wonderful lady here. She has big spectacles like mine. She's all in some nice kente looking stuff. And I'm going to say hi. And when I say hi, within a matter of 1-2 seconds, so I was going to say 1, 2, I was going to count 2 seconds. She comes back and say, "Welcome back, JN Harm. To be sure it is you, click on the link below to enter your PIN." So I'm going to click on a certain link. This is Science and Tech Wednesdays. I'm going to click on a certain link and it's going to take me to a certain field where I'll see my bank's name, and then I'll see like an interface where I can enter my PIN. So I'm going to enter my PIN. I hope I remember it. Yes, I enter my PIN, and then what happens? Within 2 seconds again, 1, 2, boom. this AI replies and says, great, I will give you a list of options to select from. Please reply with a letter of your choice. And then this lady gives me this list, and it is A, check your balance, B, transfer, C, bill payment, D, location finder, E, loan services, F, savings and investments, G, account services, H, forex services, J, my approvals, K, submit complaint, L, chat with agent, Q, quit session. This is what this AI just sent me. This I wouldn't mention a name, because immediately I mention a name, you would know what bank I save with, and people like Saka around, I can't trust that. So yes, I'm going to put A in it to check my balance. And once again, we're going to check the seconds. A, 1, 2, 3. It comes back in 3 seconds and said, okay, just a moment while I get your balance, while I get your account balance. And then in less than 2 seconds, it comes and says, hi JN Harm, here is your account balance. And then it gives me my balance on all the account. This is your current account, this is your this, that, this is your this, that. After it gives me the balance, it says, can I assist you further? And I'm going to say no, because I'm about to chat with some wonderful gentlemen. I said, and for no, and then boom, it comes back in 2 seconds and says, it's been great chatting with you, JN Harm. Let's do this again soon. I just checked my balance. I just did a transaction in a matter of seconds, and I never left the studio. Right here whilst I'm standing here. In fact, let me even quench it before Saka would find some means of checking my balance. And yes, so right here, we just did this in a matter of seconds. We have in the studio Joseph Opoku-Mensah, who is a teaching assistant at the UGBS, University of Ghana Business School, and Jason Quist, who is a deep learning research assistant. These two gentlemen are going to run us through what I just did, what it means for the average Ghanaian banking consumer, whether what I did is the norm and what is the way forward. That's the kind of conversation we'll be having today. Gentlemen, welcome to Zed in the Morning.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Mr. Quist and Mr. Opoku Francis. Let's start with Mr. Quist first. Joseph Opoku-Mensah and then Jason Quist. Joseph, what did I just do? What just occurred? What did I just go through for listeners to understand?
So what we went through is the normal banking setting. You normally go there to have or interact. But this time, you are not banking or you are not operating with the human agent.
Who was I chatting with?
You're chatting with an AI, a chatbot implemented by the bank to facilitate their process. All right. So it's like you are chatting with the bank itself. So on a normal day, if you want to chat or if you want to withdraw money, you have to pick a car. Maybe you go to Cowbank. You enter, you have to greet security, you move to customer care and give them, this is what I want to check my balance. But now, the evolution and innovation and creativity within the banking space, AI is helping you do that. AI is really helping you do that. With no need of going to the bank to go and log, meet security, meet agents. So AI is really helping you to do that.
Interesting. Mr. Quist, is this the norm for you as well?
It is pretty much the norm, and AI is very fascinating and is being adopted in so many different sectors. And seeing it in finance and banking is very wonderful. Like Opoku rightly said, you don't have to wait long lines in the till and let a human or personnel assist you. And the most technical part of it, or the more interesting part, is not just about it's about what happens behind the scenes. You tell the chatbot, for example, you told you're going to make a transaction. How does it know what actions to take? How does it understand your context, your human language, to interpret and know that this is the action I'm supposed to take and is going to lead to the satisfaction of the customer? That is what these AI models and chatbots, or assistants actually they are called, are trained to do.
They are robots that chat.
Yes, they are very smart, intelligent AI systems.
How do you assess the launch of these chatbots on the banking landscape? so far since they started. And most of them have some beautiful, fancy names. There is Araba and Kukwa and Baba and how for you being students in the space, people who appreciate the space. How do you assess it? How has it been so far?
So with me, I think you need to first appreciate or have a sense of adapting AI in your operations first. But in terms of how to adapt it, AI with banks, it depends on the types of platform the bank will use.
Okay.
So it's not really on one platform. Some banks have their AIs on WhatsApp. Some banks have theirs on maybe Messenger, and different depends on the bank.
Okay.
So for instance, Leo, which is for UBA, has theirs on WhatsApp. So you just have to save the numbers, and you just have to test them. The moment you test them, Leo will be able to just mention your name. Sometimes you ask yourself, but how did Leo got to know me? Because I've not even interacted with Leo before.
Yeah.
That's the power of AI and how the banking space is moving currently. So based on the information they feed them and the information we have within the online space, Leo is able to get you on board. Yeah.
Okay. So let me also give a disclaimer, or not a disclaimer, but a disclosure rather. I did banking for like some 10 years, if I could say that. And in our time, this wasn't it. So if you're saying you have to go to the bank or meet a guy, I was the guy you're going to meet. Right?
Yeah.
Not the guy you're going to meet.
Sometimes it can be very stressful.
Yeah, I understand. And it's totally changed the landscape. Do you think we are actually deploying them as we should in context of what banking should be across the world? Are we in Ghana deploying AIs the way we should?
Well, like Opoku rightly said, I believe it has to be. AI bots are very powerful, as we've already highlighted. It's the business use case. Every bank probably has a different sense of operations, but the underlying factor is that a transaction is made and it's supposed to end up at a certain point.
Okay.
So how is that facilitated? In context of AI chatbots, it's about assisting multiple people. I don't have to call Absa Bank and tell them, hey, I'm having a problem with my card. What's the problem? If it reaches a particular extent that I need an actual human personnel, then they will step in. And I see this very, very effectively because you have your chat with a chatbot and it's able to answer your questions. And how does it know that is answering your questions? Well, these chatbots are trained very specifically on the bank's use case. They have their process. They have sort of the manual that the bank follows. And they are trained iteratively on this policy. And everything about the bank, they're able to understand and know. So that is how basically they are trained.
In deploying an AI chatbot, what do you perceive as going to be some of the challenges that these banking players will be facing?
Okay, so thank you. So let me just relate to my findings. So I did research on it.
Yes.
I did research on it, and some of these challenges came up. And one of the challenge that came up was query. How customers ask the AI chatbot questions. Sometimes some customers even think that AI chatbot is like a normal human being. So sometimes they can ask a question. I mean, I'm saying that what is my account balance? That they think that the AI, but you need to know how to ask some of these questions. So the banks normally face some of these challenges. People don't really know how to query. So limited query understanding is one of the challenges. And internet, my research findings also found out that internet showdown, the level of digital literacy is also a problem. And internet itself in Ghana is also a challenge. So it's about the understanding of people how to query, the digital literacy. Up to now, still people don't really believe that, why should I chat with AI? What can machine do? in the matters of money, it will be very, very difficult to convince people. I want to make a transaction of maybe 5,000 CDs and you want me to use a machine. No. Let me go and meet them face to face.
So that I'll know who took my money.
You know how Ghanaians sometimes on the normal digital space, you try to even transact money and it's not working. And you can become disturbed. You want to call them to even, they will tell you to hold on. They will get back to you, but you will still call the bank to speak to someone. So these are some of the challenges. The understanding of the adoption of AI is not really well with the Ghanaians. Most Ghanaians don't really understand it. That's also the challenge.
Yeah. So they think Araba is actually a person sitting somewhere.
Yes. They think Araba is a person sitting somewhere.
And the kind of questions you're saying means that, so I know it's an AI. I know it's a bottom chatting with. So I won't insult her. But you're saying that the average Ghanaian would think is Araba, so they might ask questions that the AI might not be able to answer.
Are you serious? When I was conducting my research and I was trying to find out some of the questions, some of them insult them and some of them.
Yeah, so you see, those insults would have come to us personally in the banking hall. So now they are giving it to the AI.
I believe it's important, and as the development of these AI systems go in, we've moved systematically and astronomically to natural language understanding at a very core level. And in deep learning, you know how ChatGPT works. How is it able to understand? And one important factor is that it knows how to generalize well. So you might ask a very vague question, but then the chatbot is able to know you actually need A, B, and F.
Okay.
So that is the very key point, breakthroughs that we're actually seeing, even with terms of ChatGPT and different things. And the bots that you see actually are sometimes using the GPT API, but then they're just trained extensively on the information. So it's not sometimes, so you have a chatbot and is rebranded as EcoBank chatbot, Absa Bank chatbot, but they're all using pretty much sometimes the same service. Because if you're going to train from scratch, your own model is going to be computationally expensive.
Very expensive.
Despite you being a bank and having a lot of money, you would rather outsource that, and that's more efficient for the bank.
In your research, did age play any role in the usage of chatbots and in AI and in banking?
Yes. You know one thing.
I'm asking that because Saka always runs this Gen Z. We are this. We are tech savvy. We are something.
And trust me, although Gen Zs, you say Gen Zs are tech savvy, but not all Gen Zs. And in terms of automation, trust me, people still doubt it. Some of the questions or some of the answers it provides, there's a little bit of doubt. Why is it that? Because the education on AI implementation and its adoption hasn't gotten to that level. You know, most banks didn't really implement it for implementation's sake. They just thought of it that, it's a new normal or it's a new thing every bank is implementing, so I also want to just follow the trend. That's why. So they didn't really take a lot of their customers through the implementation stage, the reason why they should even adopt chatbot. Why chatbot? Because chatbot is very, very efficient. I don't know for Ghana, but based on other research, I think Bank of Africa uses a chatbot called Erica. It's very, very efficient. But one thing is that computer-mediated communication will always be there. You wouldn't always meet someone before a service is transacted or something else, or business goes on. Sometimes it has to pass through machines. And the chatbot is doing that. And the banks are implementing this chatbot to create that social presence for them. So that you feel that, although you've not met the manager, but you've met Kukua, you've met Leo, you've met Abby, and Abby is playing the role of a manager, and it will make you feel that, you are not losing anything. Because you can't meet the manager every day, 12 p.m. You want to meet the manager, 12 a.m. I mean, it's not possible. Weekends. Most banks don't work on weekends in Ghana. So trying to understand and adapt the chatbot also helps.
And you're saying categorically that not all Gen Zs are tech savvy?
No.
Okay.
No. It's about understanding and what you are doing with it.
Interesting. I can understand where you come from when you say some banks will deploy it just because other banks are doing it. And from a banking perspective, trust me, we are in one of the most competitive landscapes ever in this country. With 20-something, 24, 23 universal banks, and knowing, I mean, there's a past and all that. If I would easily liken it to when we deployed ATMs. It became a competitive thing if you didn't.
Yes.
If you had, there were times we were losing customers because you didn't have an ATM. So yes, some banks would deploy chatbots just for the sake of deploying, because it's important that we do. From a marketing perspective, how effective are chatbots in delivering these personalized services compared to human agents?
Okay, so thank you. I think one thing is that the human agents, the interaction will be there, but although the chatbot performs the role of what the woman agent performs, so chatbot's major function or the chatbot marketing efforts are interaction, which has been established in research. Is interaction. We have complaint handling or problem solving. We have customization. That's why, and personalization. That's why the moment you send the chatbot a message, it will mention your name. So I just did that. Yeah, and we have trendiness and we have entertainment.
Okay.
In a normal banking sector or setting, we will get human agents doing the same thing. However, on the machine, we won't get that feeling, human-to-human interaction. I mean, when I meet the human, maybe the joy,
the smile. Chatbots will not give you that.
Chatbot wouldn't give you that, right? And sometimes too, that aspect of it helps grow your customer base.
Of course.
And here in Ghana, because our technology or our tech level is not really high, sometimes the chatbots, and most people, based on the research I did, what most people said is that you ask them questions and they're repeating the same questions. That the data has been fed already, and you ask, how are you? And the same question. What will you do from the same question? So that's what others are experiencing. But on a marketing point of view, I think that the efficiency of chatbots will help companies and businesses grow. Because one person as a customer service agent wouldn't be able to serve 10 customers at the same time. But chatbot will be able to do that.
Millions,
at any point in time. So it will help you grow. But however, we should improve the machine. It's a machine chatbot. So we should improve its ability in handling issues.
Okay, that brings us squarely to Quest. Could you elaborate on the latest advancements in AI and deep learning that are making chatbots more effective in this banking sector? What is deep learning? What is deep learning?
Well, artificial intelligence is a very broad field. And under artificial intelligence, AI is basically trying to augment the way the human being works, the human brain works. You have machine learning as a subset, and under machine learning, you have deep learning. So with deep learning, you're basically looking at the very raw architecture of the human brain. Neural networks, dealing with different neural networks. For example, you probably have heard of transformer neural networks. That's what ChatGPT is actually built on, the underlying architecture. So when it comes to that granular level, making very much key advancements in that area would really help as to how these chatbots, assistants, if I will actually learn. Now, in terms of banking, I wanted to highlight something. Now, banking is a very, very diverse sector, and there's a lot of money in banking. As far as these companies, these banks, can reach out to people through just one chatbot and serve millions of customers, it also helps them save money. They don't have to hire a lot of on-call personnel, right? So one might argue, okay, that's going to be a loss of jobs right there. But developing these models, these assistants, to a way that they can really understand what the customer wants is the ideal thing. So I asked a question, hey, for example, recently my Absa Bank card was not working. And what I could have done with a chatbot, the assistant, the personnel I called, that could have been a chatbot to kind of answer me, because it took me about 3-4 hours to be able to reach the personnel. So, hey, I have a problem with my card. This is what's going on, and it gives me a series of answers that or possible situations that I'm in, and is able to really fine tune me. But chatbots have actually been around for quite some time. It's not just recently. You have a problem, and it already has a fixed set of rules that is supposed to say, okay, if the person asks A, you give it these 4 answers. So it's going to be the same all the time, and it's very much rigid. But with the rise of more advanced deep learning techniques, and we've seen in ChatGPT, Llama, and Gemini, now it's pretty much more diverse. These models they are trained on foundation model. Let's say you have the GPT model, but then it's fine-tuned. Fine-tuned meaning you have your own separate data that you want the model or the chatbot to really understand. So you're making it more specific to your particular area. And with that, we have seen the rise of very much more context-aware and more helpful assistance. So it's not just a chatbot, it's actually an assistant.
That's interesting. I mean, let's touch on the ethics of this whole thing. Let's start with Quest. You are into this space. Is there a point where you believe, is this thing ethical at all? Because first of all, if the guy doesn't know he's chatting with a robot in itself, and he goes on and on and on and on, I don't know, ethical. Shouldn't Araba or Kukua start the conversation by saying, I'm a robot, full disclosure from the onset, so that the customer knows. But if the customer thought he was talking to a lady, he will go home and say, chat with some sweet girl. Is that not an ethical consideration in here?
Well, there are 2 ways to that, actually. Sometimes, like it was rightly mentioned earlier in this conversation, that if the person knows that people have a stigma towards AI, and if you're talking to AI, they don't want to know about it. So in order to find the balance or the sweet spot, you would actually just maybe not disclose that you're talking to a chatbot, because you want the experience to be as real as possible. That way you can retain your customer. Now, in terms of privacy, yes, it's very important. The banks should be the ones really having like an ethical team. We've obviously heard cases of Google, Microsoft firing the security teams and ethics teams over these things, right? Because sometimes, honestly, ethics actually always gets in the way of improvement, of rapid scaling. And we want to scale so fast, we're like, why do we have to be that ethical about this thing? We can always find a way around it later. So you're dealing with people's private information, card numbers, PINs. If it goes to that extent, even PINs is very, very important that these are very much encrypted, that even the personnel that, whatever engineering team that's responsible for the chatbot, they cannot go and, take some information out. A typical example of how this actually works is that once the information hits a chatbot and goes into probably a database or somewhere, is stored on a hard drive or somewhere, is encrypted totally. And the only way to decrypt it is if that particular bot or assistant goes and fetches that information. No human being, even if you're an engineering team or an emergency team, whoever you are, you cannot touch that person's information. It's out there. The framework is out there. We know how to do it, but is it being done? That's the question of the hour.
Interesting. In your research, what did the future look like in terms of AIs and chatbots being deployed in banking? What does the future look like from where you sit?
I think my research, the findings reveal that although there are ups and downs and a lot of issues surrounding AI implementation in banking in Ghana, however, when all these issues are being addressed, both from the bank side and from the customer side, I think it will get to a time we will see very few customers at the banking hall trying to transact business, but rather a lot of customers using the chatbot and other banking apps to run business. So AI chatbot and banking has a future in Ghana, but there's much work to do in terms of education, in terms of system management, because ethical issues too. Other people were asking, even how is that this person getting my information? How did the person get my information? Or sometimes they ask, why is it that the information I'm sending, the guy is able to give me feedback so quick?
You know what I did? 2 seconds.
Yeah. Is it that they knew what I was about to ask them? People ask questions like that. So we should let customers to understand that this is how chatbots operate.
But Joseph, you would appreciate the fact that the customer has cause to be worried.
Yes.
You see, this whole concept of anthropomorphism.
Anthropomorphism.
Exactly. Anthropomorphism is, for me, it's deceptive.
Human beings behaving like a robot behaving.
No,
like
you attributing human attributes onto a machine. Let the person know, let the customer know you are talking to a robot. But if you call it kukua,
I think meter AI, sometimes when you push it so to some extent, it will tell you that I'm a robot and I don't have some feelings. So I need a girlfriend, and so it will tell that I'm a robot.
You will start confessing.
It's important. It's really important.
Let me find out from Quest. Ghana, as we are now, do we have what it takes to own this AI space and use it to better this country? Do we have the capacity, the capabilities, do we have the human beings to push this AI thing, or will we just be receiving from out there and all that? Like somebody keeps saying, we just users, we are not developers, right? Do we have what it takes to take AI to the next level?
Absolutely. I would never for 1 second believe we don't. Now, I'll give you a typical example. ChatGPT undergoes a training cycle called reinforcement learning with human feedback, whereby the model learns on the go as the human being chats with it. That particular technique and development was OpenAI did. They let Nigerians and Kenyans do that work for them all the way to how it is now. Now you see ChatGPT. For example, I go on LinkedIn, I go on other places, and I can very much easily distinct what a ChatGPT written LinkedIn post or anything. Certain words like leverage, delve. I mean, ChatGPT is always delving into things, isn't it?
Encompasses.
Absolutely. So we definitely do have the people to do it, but it's the support that's needed. Very much is the support that's needed. For example, there is this company that I have the privilege of working for. It's called Trinora Consulting Firm, and it's a very, very tech-savvy place. And the guys on the ground were always working around the clock. They deliver services, across the board, anything technology at all, offer office spaces and all that. And the very focus of the CEO is like, we need to be much tech-savvy, get the people together, whoever it is from. I think one outreach is going to the communities. For example, my community is deep learning in Daba. Maybe some of you this might be the first time. There's Google developer groups, and there's AI Ghana, so many other places. There's going to be a very huge conference in Ghana in Kumasi, and that's going to be July 17th, 18th, and 19th. And it's going to be a full deep learning conference, and it's going to be super huge. So there are people for sure that can actually do that.
That feels good. That tells me that there is a future for the business. It's 9:57. In fact, it's 9:58. I have to sign out because the way the man is standing, it means my time is up before the next show. Thank you so much for coming through, gentlemen, for educating us on these very important issues. We've been talking to Joseph Opoku-Mensah, who is a teaching assistant at the University of Ghana Business School, and Jason Quist is a deep learning research scientist. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. All too soon. The time is up. Zed in the Morning is signing out, but we don't do that before we say pray like it only depends on God, but work like it only depends on you. We'll do this again tomorrow, people. Tomorrow is a Thursday. It's a thanks day, like we like to say.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.